Good afternoon. My name is Michael Lockey. I am here calling the action, day 4, final table of the $5,300 main event here at Seminole Hard Rock Poker in Hollywood, Florida. On your screen, you see the payouts that these remaining 8 players are playing for. You see Kevin Schultz and Jeremy Becker cash for $63,000. Everyone else is vying for that $626,000 top prize. Here's our view of our 8 players at this final table. Action going to be getting started here shortly. Clemen Deng, our overwhelming chip leader, 14.7 million. He is by far the favorite. Playing very well so far. Seat 2, we have Paul Snead, 7.3 million in chips. Fun guy to play with. Love to have him here. Seat 3, we have Brandon Kessous, 4.4 million in chips from Sarasota, Florida. His biggest cash is going to be today for sure. Seat 4, we have Sterling Savill, longtime buddy of mine, Savman, 2.3 million in chips. He's going to need to get something working here pretty soon. Jack Thu in seat 5, 4.9 million in chips. And Loni, love to see Loni here, 4.4 million in chips. Lives locally. One of the toughest players in the game, period. And Billy over here, seat 7, 2.8 million in chips. Gonna be looking to climb that ladder and shoot for that first place prize. And last but not least, Tyler Montoya. Tyler, 2.2 million in chips. He's going to be looking to eclipse his $160,000 previous large cash. Here you can see those chip counts all lined up. Clemen Deng with more chips than second and third place combined right now.
Good luck, everybody.
The action starting with 75,000 chip small blind, 125,000 chip big blind, and another 125,000 chip from the big blind ante.
I thought I was player 7. Oops.
Lonnie sitting with 35 big blinds, very comfortable. Our chip leader, 117 big blinds, lots of poker to play. Buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride. Can't wait to bring you the winner.
Today on me, Brandon, all right?
For mine.
Take it easy.
Do the same.
What happened?
This one.
I already told
I'll
this
do
guy.
this one.
It's nicer.
Brandon and Paul sharing some laughs here. So many exciting pots to get us
Did
here.
a lot of damage yesterday to me.
Yeah, right before the final table.
Twice.
And Sterling going to start us off.
You're doing,
What?
you're doing comfortable.
Yeah. You never know what road you have to travel.
For those wondering, I am going to start solo. I will not be finishing solo, though. I'll be joined by a very special guest here momentarily.
Great.
And action fold of the button. Clemen min opens, queen 4 off. Oh, let's go to the 10-8. And Brandon in the big blind. Not going anywhere. Going to see a flop.
Did she have like 1.5 to start fall yesterday? At the final?
1-7? Yeah.
That's a nice run.
Thank you.
And pretty favorable flop for both players. Brandon's got king jack for an open ender. Backdoor king high spades. Clemen does flop top pair with his queen 4.
225.
And 225 into 700 is going to be the bet. Brandon's not going anywhere. King of clubs on the turn gives Brandon the best hand. Clemen checks back on the turn. River card brings the 4-liner. Brandon backdoors kings and jacks.
Showdown.
Spades get there also. Clemen's just going to try to check it down and see the bad news.
Thought I was gonna get a bet out of you. Nothing.
Not with that.
No action for you, huh?
If he bets there, you lose.
Well, no, on the turn.
I'm saying on
Oh,
the
yeah.
river. If
On
he
the
bets
river,
there,
I
you
was
lose.
gonna. Hopefully, it wasn't big. No, but on the turn, I was hoping for some kind of action. Open ended at the top.
Yeah. It all makes sense, Brandon. Every part of that hand makes sense.
Jack's going to start the action here under the gun with the 4 tray suited. Hit the buck. And Billy, ace queen offsuit, comes in for the raise. Now Brandon in the small blind peels this raise. Jack 10 offsuit.
That's it.
Eight 6-4 rainbow. Action starts on Brandon in the small blind. He opts to check. Billy checks back ace high. And Brandon connects with a turn. Pair of 10s now. Takes the lead.
Yeah,
225 is the bet. Now, does Billy want to call a bet with his ace high here? Billy is going to make that call.
At 350.
And Brandon going for value here, 350.
Oh,
Damn.
And Brandon's going to take that pot down. Big thank you to everyone that's currently watching and has been watching all week long. It's been a pleasure to bring you the action. Do have the YouTube chat pulled up. Feel free to drop in your comments. Who you rooting for? Who do you think's going to take it down? Let me know. Brian Ward says, I like Brandon. He's running hot early. I'm going to be honest. I was not previously aware of Brandon's game, but I'm quickly becoming a fan. He still lives in Sarasota. I hope he reaches out.
raise 250.
Action folds to Clemen in the hijack. He's going to open the ace-6 offsuit, 250. Shout out Mike Halen in the chat. Jack 9 suited. Lonnie Sterling 1-2. Yeah, Lonnie Sterling are definitely my personal favorites, my personal friends at the table. right, let's get this action going. Billy leading it off.
Raise 250.
Comes in for a raise 250. Tyler mucked the ace 9. Clemen now ace king offsuit.
$5.50.
Raise 550.
And 3-bet to 550,000. Action folds around to Brandon. King 10 offsuit. Gotta let it go.
Fold. Fold.
And Billy playing 2.1 million behind.
Fold.
And Billy lays it down. Did hear that action clock in play. Players are on that shot clock. Those little white discs represent their time extensions. Each player guaranteed 80,000. 23K pay jump. Nothing to scoff at. Jack on the button, 9-7 offsuit. Is coming in for a raise, 275. Lonnie with the king jack suited makes the call. Billy in the big blind, jack 7 gonna let it go. Darren, this is Michael Lockey doing the commentary. Daryl Fish will be joining me in the next few minutes. And now action begins on Lonnie. J-Cap says, Michael, come back to Tampa. We need to get 10 game going again. Yes, we do. Can't wait. Shout out to Steve Trez. Let's go Sterling. Paul Snead is the GOAT. Let's go Lonnie.
650.
Raise 650.
And Jack C, but a 225 gets check raised here. 650 from Lonnie. Jack with his pair of 9s. Matt B, what an ugly dealer Tampa represent. Yeah. Shout out to Hank. Back taking his time here. Even if he thinks his hand's best now, how likely is it to stay the best hand? Lonnie is going to take it down. 16 big blinds for our 2 short stacks, 17 big blinds for our next short stack, 33 and up for our remaining 5 players. Paul Snead with the open 250. Sterling in the hijack, pocket jacks, playing 1.9 million right now. Got to be a hand he's excited to pick up. And 3-bet all in indeed.
What's the count?
1.975.
Total. So 1.7 to call. Call. Good in.
And Paul makes the call. Pocket jacks against pocket sevens. Showing in great shape to double up here.
Seven would be good. Smash a 7.
Second that.
I'll bet you do, Tyler. Pow.
7 right on the flop. Paul takes the lead. Showing he needs a jack or an 8 or some diamonds.
Always a sweat.
And Sterling, our 8th place finisher, 80,000 for his efforts. I know he's disappointed, but great run.
Nice one.
Thanks.
We made it happen, Paul.
You're welcome, Tyler.
And now 7 players remaining all get at least 103,000. They're all eyeing that $626,000 top prize.
You don't know? Of course you know. I mean, like, maybe you're not, but you know the answer, yes or no.
You like sushi? Sure.
No.
Steak guy?
Yeah, I like steak.
You don't know what you're missing, buddy.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I didn't like sushi until about like a year ago. I thought I would hate it. My girlfriend took me one time, and it was better than I expected. You have to have like high quality restaurants, though. Not the cheap all you can eat ones.
No, it's just something about the thought of eating raw fish that's going to be in my body, you know, doesn't resonate with me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying for sure.
And I've seen some photos, of people, like, you know, that's pretty nasty.
Brandon
But
opens the
that
action
said, I
here.
know a lot of people love
250K. Ace deuce suited on the gun +1.
Where's the white cat? There he is. You were there?
Clemen in the big blind, king queen offsuit. Ace 6 7 2 spades. Top pair for Brandon. Fires 300K. Clemen is going to make the call. backdoor spades for Clemen. See if he thinks king queen high is still the best hand. 400K into 1.3.
Text Elizabeth and fuck with her. Text her, say it was the right play. Just write that.
Button good.
And another pot to Brandon.
She doesn't. But, like, you know, he's going to make it look like I lost a big pot. You know. He had, yeah, it was 1-7. It was 1-7 for me to call. Not even 1-6. You called her?
Play a lot of tournaments. You play a lot of tournaments.
No, I'm actually an online cash specialist, but like the last 3 months, I've really upped the tournament volume. How about you?
I used to play more than I do now.
Yeah. Tournaments? Nice.
I still play cash games too.
You go out to WSP ever?
Yeah, every summer.
Oh, yeah.
Except for COVID years.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Where do you live?
Pittsburgh.
Nice.
Yeah, you?
Vegas.
Did you move out there for poker? Or is that
I was born there. I actually came out here when I was 18 to play cash. But now that I'm over 21, I'm back there.
Brandon opens the action under the gun, ace four of
Living the
hearts.
dream, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Lonnie on the hijack, pocket eights.
How could there be? Where do you?
Brandon's open was the 325. Lonnie makes the call.
Depending on the time of year, New York or Florida.
Okay. So New York right now and Florida winner?
Correct.
Tyler has the other 2 eights here,
I spend a lot of time there in the winter too.
playing 1.8 million effective. It's already 975 in the pot.
Call.
Tyler calls the 325. Clemen and Paul get out of the way in the blinds. 3 players to a flop. 2 of them with pocket eights. Brandon with the ace four hearts.
So you fold then, is what you're saying. You fold the sevens. If you're me.
16 big blinds?
No. 16.
Was it not?
It was 1-7 for me to call.
So total, I mean.
What?
Total 16.
Yes, correct. Like not even, a little less, but like
10-4 tray rainbow. Middle pair for Brandon.
you called it.
Both the eights are still in the lead.
Kind of tight.
Brandon is going to fire 350 here. And Lonnie with the call. Now Tyler. Very difficult spot here.
All right, let her off the hook. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, can I have a couple of room temperature water, please? Yeah. Thank you.
Tyler is going to let it go.
No, it's fine. I'm good.
Positions everything. And Brandon ace on the turn, makes aces and fours to pair. Keeps it pretty small here. Definitely a bad card for Lonnie's hand. And Lonnie, reading the small bet as weakness, goes for the raise. Brandon with the quick call. king of clubs on the river. Brandon checks to Loni. He's playing 3.1 million.
$1.8.
Loni 1.8 million. Brandon now with 2 pair. Gonna think it over. Seems like he's probably gonna make the call though. And call from Brandon.
What'd you have? What line have? Pocket eights. Nice hand, Brandon.
Don't blame her at all for taking a stab at that one, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Big call.
Loni is now our short stack with 11 big blinds. Tyler is 12 big blinds. Billy 14. Brandon all the way up to 85 big blinds, crossing that 10 million mark.
You can call all in after she calls and I go all in on the flop.
If you shove all in,
Yeah, she calls and I go all in on the flop.
Then he only had a 4.
probably not.
Yeah, how could he call?
I don't think I'm gonna call that.
I don't know.
Well, I was in.
Same play
You have,
yesterday.
I know.
you have 1.5,
Yeah.
and I bet 350 the first set.
See, it's closer than you guys
50,
think.
yeah, just because it's 4 bet.
I feel like you might side call. No, you let it go.
I don't know. I probably would have let it go.
All right. I am now joined by Daryl Fish. Daryl, welcome to the broadcast.
What up? Thanks for having me again, Mike. Fun to be back here. I guess in my short time of arriving late, a lot has happened.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Sterling got in jacks against Paul Snead 7s pre-flop, and Paul hit a 7 on him.
Oh no, that's a bummer.
And Loni just played a very interesting pot. It was 3-way raise between Brandon, her, and Tyler. Her and Tyler both had pocket 8s. Brandon had ace 4, came 10-4 tray. Bet, Loni called. Tyler folded the other 8s. And then ace on the turn, Brandon bet really small. Loni raised him, tank call, and then she fired another barrel on the river, and he called his 2 pairs. So.
Oh man, not a great start for the friends, but always good to see some action. GG Sterling. Bummed not to see him make a deeper run here, but as it goes, Paul's run pretty good at the final table here so far between last night and today, it seems. Clemen still crushing. Not much change there.
Yeah,
like.
I think some small pots, but nothing major for him. So
Yeah,
folds the Clemen on the button here. He opens the pocket 4s. Paul's going to defend in the small blind pocket 6s.
Forgot about the gap. Sorry.
And Clemen going with half pot here, 400K.
Ooh, Paul really feeling himself. Going with a bluff raise here. Pretty interesting. He does rep some hands that hit this board pretty well, but not a lot of them are going to be able to play for value there at this depth. So kind of just hoping that Clemen has a hand like he did, or some ace X and some other air balls that he's just going to give up pretty easily. I don't think Paul is perceived as doing a whole lot of moving and shaking like that, so he's going to get away with it more often than not.
Yep. 1.3 million for Loni, current short stack.
Where are you living these days, Mike? I meant to ask you last night.
Just south of Tampa.
Oh, okay, same area over there.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't been over there in a long time. Someone was talking about a tournament in Sarasota coming up that I was like curious about. I don't know if you're.
There's an 1100.
Yeah. It's kind of surprising that there's not more action up in that way in terms of tournaments. It seems like the Hard Rock there is a little quieter in the tournament space than we are down here. But they have some things every once in a while, right?
Yeah, they usually have a pretty big September event.
Oh, cool.
You know, it comes and goes for some reason.
Yeah.
All right, folds to Clemen in the hijack here. Ace deuce off, raises 250. Paul's got the queen jack on the button. Paul's closed the gap quite a bit.
Yeah, that's
Paul
definitely a
started the
snug
day
fold.
around 6.5 million, I believe.
Okay. So, yeah, he's chugging along. Brandon looks like pretty good shape now, too. Definitely would be considered standard to call the queen jack there on the button position. Could even play it as a 3-bet, but
I just
Paul, I
folded
guess.
there kind of as an inside joke.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
There's more to the story. Maybe he busted another
They'll know
tournament,
when they see
queen
it.
jack, or
Paul played a funny hand on one of the earlier
I'm
streams
never
where
folded
he
full
flopped
pair,
quads.
especially in that kind, but
It went
folded
check, and then he bet, got raised by a turn double gutter, and then he 3-bet it. And the guy folded, and as soon as he did it, he goes, God, my coach is going to be so mad at me for that one. It was just like...
It's got nothing to do with us. It's got to do with me and results I've had with that hand.
Oh, okay.
Even though I played it the way I'm supposed to play it.
Yeah.
using some results-oriented thinking.
PTSD is unfortunately a real thing in poker.
It is. And you know, you mentioned something about
No.
Paul's coach, which I don't know who coaches him.
Yeah, he didn't
or if we know
specify.
at all. But something interesting to think about these days is the fact that a lot of these guys that, you know, years ago might have been seen as not quite on the elite level of thinking or having access to the same types of resources. These days, there's so much available, and in terms of training sites and personal coaches, and a lot of guys like Paul are getting one-on-one coaching from really top-level players. I know a couple of guys that are really sick that do some coaching and work with people that you might not expect. And I was on the rail of the main event in Vegas this summer, and I was talking to Melanie Weisner, and turned out there was a guy at my buddy Yegor's table who seemed really unassuming, you know, like 56-year-old guy, and he was definitely making some moves that, you know, you couldn't see his cards, so you couldn't be sure, but it seemed like he was up to some things. And come to find out that Melanie and Vanessa Selps were coaching him. So you can never be too sure what your older generation opponents are thinking these days.
I mean, it's usually suited. That was
A lot of people are getting help from
I'm not supposed to.
some
Well, the
really
reality
sharp
is-
minds.
The richest and most successful people in the world are extremely competitive,
Yeah.
and if they have the resources and the time and the desire to get better, they have the options to. So
Yeah, and you can hire some really genius level people to step your game up. So good on them for doing so. There's definitely people that you or I have been playing with here in South Florida for a decade or two and haven't changed much in terms of how they play. So got to give it to the people who really try to improve and keep up with the times.
ever-changing game too.
Yeah, it's
There's
really
like literal, there's
fascinating.
like actual metagames now.
Yeah. And as much solving and sim work there is these days, I don't think Hold'em will ever be played as an effectively solved game because human error exists and human minds aren't perfect. So there's always going to be some leeway and some room for exploitation. And that's the best players in the world are by far the ones who can adjust and kind of assess.
You got to play the opponent, right?
Yeah.
Whatever's in their head, you got to get inside it and interact with it.
Yeah, you're not playing against a vacuum robot machine, so always something to keep in mind. It's good to know what the solver says, but it's often correct to deviate from that. Brandon, nice little suited Broadway here.
So you're too young to know that.
Opens the 350,
Not
takes
see
it
the
down.
normal Open, what he just did.
Boom cups.
like
Do we
that.
have any idea what that is?
Crazy.
Interesting.
Not yet.
We'll look it up, see if
3x, 4x.
Brandon's involved in something
I like it.
interesting there.
The differences for the game.
Insulated
you like that
drinkware.
better? 3 and 4x Open?
My
For
my
myself.
guess is
I
Brandon's
like it.
somehow involved with this
Being
company.
So
Looks like
back
they
in,
make
like, 2004,
some pretty cool
2005,
cup
2006,
holders,
that was,
speakers
yeah,
attached to
that was
them.
the standard Open. Yeah.
Interesting.
You know, all of a sudden the
There you
Wiggins
go.
came about, and 2.2 came into play.
A bunch of make-believe stuff.
Yeah.
Paul's got the ace queen off here.
And that
Are they going
evolved
to post one?
into 2.0 and 2.5 and raise.
Looks like Lonnie and Billy and then Tyler not too far behind them.
Yeah, all
Really-
three of them are really tight together. It's
Yeah, playing some
about to
intense
get into the
ICM.
squeeze, yeah.
And Lonnie, I would venture to say, being the most experienced player of those short stacks, probably has the greatest understanding of ICM and going to be the most tuned to this situation.
It's also interesting when like on her button, she gets to shove into both of them as well. So there are some spots that,
she gets to exploit.
yeah, that, you know,
Which, interestingly enough, normally being out of position is a disadvantage. In this case, it's actually advantageous. to be the
it creates that first in vigorish.
Yeah, and the gap concept. That's a term I haven't thought of in a long time. But for those who've been in the game for a while, you might remember the concept. I think it was from maybe Harrington's.
It might have been
Or
that.
Super
It
System.
might have been Super System.
One of
too.
the old school poker Bibles talked about the gap concept, and that a hand that you can open with is can be much weaker than a hand you can call with, which is kind of just common sense now. But in this case, Lonnie can shove a lot more hands than the two short stacks behind her can call with. So she's kind of in an advantage.
She is
spot.
shoving into the big blind here, so I think she's got to have a little bit of a better hand.
Yeah, Clement's not going to be too afraid to gamble it up for a 13th of his stack and bust one of the better players, but 7's more than enough to get the job done. Are they playing 90-minute levels today now?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. A lot of room for the pokers. Billy got a nice one on the cutoff. His chips are going to be going straight to the middle. No doubt about that.
Hold.
Inkweed suited kind of become one of the more premium hands these days. 10 years ago would have been a hand that you might play a little more cautiously, and now it's really risen in the ranks of hand strength.
A lot of people are saying they love their boom cups, and
Really?
someone says that they think it is Brandon's company. Sophia
Oh,
says it is Brandon's company.
Good
So
for him. Sounds like an interesting, unique product. I imagine he's done well, solving small problems in popular markets is a really great way to succeed in retail and sales. So good on him for combining some ideas and getting it going.
yes, Shaggy, the little white discs are the time extensions. In front of the dealer, there's an action clock, and if you hear the buzzer, sometimes the dealer warns them when there's a few seconds remaining or whatever.
Yeah, which, you know, you were asking me last night how I felt about the shot clock, and that's actually something I forgot to mention, which is, I think, a huge factor, is these time chips get a little tricky because, A, if you toss one in the middle of a big hand, you know, traditionally throwing a chip in indicates a call.
It almost happened on one of the early streams where somebody was facing it all in. Somebody threw in a time chip. It looked like a call. The player almost turned their hand over. They ended up not, but it got really close. And, you know,
Yeah, and ultimately it's up to
I don't know what a
each-
good solution is for that. I mean,
Right.
it is a separate entity of the game. It's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, aside from having some technological installation in the table, which, you know, they're not going to spend that kind of money on that, it's hard to imagine a different way to go about it. And ultimately, it's up to each player to be paying enough attention. And, you know, if they get duped by that, it's kind of on you. But I don't know.
It's so easy to be
It's a
deep
new
in a
thing.
tank, have your head mostly down.
Yeah.
You see them throwing a chip out of the corner of their eye, 3/4 into the pot. What else could it be? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
It adds a weird layer. Here we have both players flopping top pair.
Yeah,
Paul,
Clemen opened the button. Paul defended King 9 in the small.
Paul, I think, is going to get 2 streets on a lot of rivers here. Whoa, that's a very interesting check. I don't personally love it, but
I mean, he has to be
maybe-
check raising and has to be expecting Clemen to be betting most of the time when check 2 twice.
Yeah, some, but my issue here is Paul has a lot of hands that want to lead as a bluff, namely the Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10 type hands that can't really play as a check call, and I don't see him check raising those hands really. His hand is certainly good enough to check raise for value, but it
I think it tells a better story just by leading twice.
yeah, and now he's check calling, which, you know, you might be costing yourself a lot of value versus, let's say, Clemen has an 8-9 or a 5-9 or a 9-7. No, well, that's pretty freaking ideal. Well done, Paul. I didn't know you had the foresight. But even now, like, Clemen could certainly find a check on this river. Paul probably doesn't have a ton of worse hands that get to call. He doesn't have a lot of 8s or 5s in his range.
I think Clemen might find a check back here. It seems like a 9 makes up a lot of what Paul has here.
Yeah, 9 or King 10, King Jack. Paul could play this way. Paul might really regret not taking a different line. If he bet twice, I think he's always getting called twice on almost every river, and Clemen's just too sharp to put a lot more money in here. If anything, he puts in a small bet. Paul's not going to be thrilled when he sees that he was up against top pair
Nine's
here.
full.
Thought you were going. Thought you were gonna go big. Good check.
Thanks.
Yeah, the thing is, the hands that might find a bluff on that river by Clemen are more likely to be betting the flop and starting a barrel strategy from there. There's not a whole lot of hands he's going to check back and then suddenly decide to spring to life and make some massive 2-street bluff with.
Wow.
Hurting their ears.
No,
Yeah,
the RFID
it's cool to get
gets
cued
broken.
sometimes, but in that situation, I think
You have to be careful.
if
when
I'm
you
Paul,
go.
I just go with a very straightforward half pot type strategy.
Co-sign that.
Always something to think
Whoa,
about.
check.
What hands would you be doing a certain play with? And I think if, you know, Paul has one of those middling Broadway gut shots, it's very clear he's going to be bluffing at least once, if not twice.
Yep.
Billy, raggy ace here, let it go, I'm sure.
All right, action folder on the Paul on the button. He's going to raise the 6-5 suited.
We like it. We really like it. 5-6 suited, always been one of my favorite hands. Deliberate alongside 9-7 suited. From back in party poker days, 5-6 suited I think just had great results. I ran really well with it and remember some big pots that sort of conditioned me to feel really good about that hand. Those hands, of course, going up in value as stacks get deeper, and you can go for some multi-street bluffs and get some large value on the boards that you do happen to hit really hard. But we're still going to raise the button all day. I feel like Loni's just frustrated still. I get frustration vibes from her. But, you know, we all make miscalculations. And
I think there's just an acceptance that you just have to play the hands you're dealt at this point. There's like, you're a little bit tied to the cards at this point, and you know, she's going to play every spot she can the best she can. But
yeah, that's one silver lining to the situation she's in now is she's not going to make any mistakes. I think, you know, she's going to play more or less perfect poker and, you know, win a couple flips, be right back in it. Brandon considering getting real spicy there with the hand that makes more straights than any other. Jack gonna shove it in for sure. Loni cannot call. In terms of ICM and pressurized situations, Jack has a really, really nice seat position currently.
575.
Brandon probably not gonna open quite as wide as he should, and Jack's probably gonna get quite.
I would say the short
spots.
stacks have it set up perfectly for them. Their worst case scenario would be Clemen, Paul, Brandon, like in the opposite order.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because Clemen would
I
definitely.
mean, Jack's gonna definitely pick some spots, but I'm guessing Clemen's gonna take more spots, for example.
And not to mention he could afford it if he happens to run into something. It's not as detrimental. If Jack gets called and loses, he's going to be one of those shorter stacks himself. So Tyler folding, maybe not folding. Ace-9 offsuit, an interesting hand to have here. You could definitely go for a raise, steal. This is an interesting stack depth because your opponents can't really call all that liberally against your short stack. So you kind of get away with some more stealing than you might otherwise, but
$700.
All right, Clemen comes in with a raise, King-Queen offsuit.
yeah, it's a good thing Tyler did fold because there are some nice cards in the hands behind him. Paul going with the easy 3-bet with aces here. With some different stack distribution, it could actually be really sexy to call as Paul if the shorter stacks had, say, more like 20 big blinds and might be shoving some wider ranges over a raise and a call. But as it is, they're not going to shove all that wide anyway, and I think you should just try to build a pot.
Yeah, they're not going to have a ton of fold equity in the spot because of how shallow they are. So
even if they look at something like ace-5 suited, they might just let it go because they're going to get called a lot. Definitely seeing a flop with a king and a queen and a smaller size 3-bet here. Clemen really hoping not to flop a pair. Fortunate flop for him. No real dice. Interesting spot is Paul. You could definitely go a few directions here. Checking would not be out of the
I was wondering
question,
how often I would be checking back here.
especially with the ace of clubs.
Yeah, it's all the things.
Your opponent has a lot of the type of hands that he is holding.
This is going to sound funny, but I've had this thought a lot. When I have aces, you have two blockers on ace high. So it's like I try to play it as ace high sometimes because that's what my opponent's going to like feel like I have in those situations more often than not.
Yeah, that's a fun way to look at it. I mean,
it's very weird, I agree, but like that's come to my head before where it is like you have two blockers on a type of hand. Sometimes like what would my ace highs do?
Yeah,
etc.
Which is a good way to kind of balance your like the vibe you're giving off in a hand as well. Like actually really picturing yourself having a different hand than you do, and as part of your range and how you might play it. And you also, I mean, just based on math, you block your opponent's ace highs. You you just, yeah, you kind of can feel into.
They just have random high cards so often there.
Yeah, they might have small pairs, which you get at least one street from, but the hands like King Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10, all these hands that raise and call a 3-bet, you get 0 more bets out of. So check is worth thinking about there, but Paul goes ahead and takes it down.
All right, so in this hand, Clemen opens under the gun, ace king suited. Brandon makes the 3-bet to 600K.
Very small 3-bet position with King Queen. They're very deep. Clemen could definitely like do a lot of different things.
It's very
here.
interesting how these 3 players have to play so differently against each other. The other 3 players,
Yeah, it's
you know,
2 different games
right.
being played. Deep
and then
stack.
Jack's kind of in the middle.
Yeah, yeah. Which and he's got a great seat, fortunately. Clemen does go for the 4-bet here. A little bit on the smaller side. I think that
He has 4 stacks of browns.
is good, again, to keep in a lot of the hands that you absolutely dominate. We don't really want to discourage a call with a hand this strong. And
I think he knows that, Tyler.
Okay, just making sure. So I didn't see.
yeah, a call would be a little too conservative, regardless of how much ICM is at stake. I mean, now, like, let's say it comes king high,
But good looking
Clemen
out.
gets all Brandon's chips fairly often. But it'll be interesting if they both miss. That's where the real poker is played. A little bit of a slow roll there, but not.
It's so hard to spread these decks for the dealers. It's so much different than a normal deck.
Oh, really?
Unfortunately, we've been getting that exact same board every all week, it feels like.
Yeah, there are quite a few different cards and chips out there in the poker scene. I do love the chips that we use here. They're just really nice, and they shuffle well, and they stack well, and they don't slip and fall, and they're just great cards. You know, might not
They've
be
stood the
perfect.
test of time also.
Yeah, yeah, they look brand new still. Clemen choosing to c-bet here and make things a little bit easier and clear for himself. Check would definitely be viable as well. I think in terms of EV, they probably run fairly similar. Unless you're going to get taken to the streets. Let's see if Clemen sniffs this out. Looks like Brandon's going to go for a bluff raise.
2.1. Just
Wow,
going for
this
it.
gives Clemen such an opportunity to read his opponent. And would Brandon raise here with a hand like 9s or 10s? I don't know the answer to that question. Would he raise and then call off against a shove? I'm pretty confident that he would not. So if we think he's raising a hand like 9s through jacks to kind of find out where he's at and might be bluffing sometimes, then we have a very easy all-in, despite how many chips it is. That said, you know, Brandon could also just have like 9-7 suited.
So
and your
the
life is
reality,
over.
here's I've watched Brandon enough.
Yeah,
if he had
please.
10s, he might call it off. Like,
Okay,
if I'm
he might
being
raise
honest.
call.
So what Clemen has to think about, I actually don't know that Clemen would think he might fold 9s or 10s here.
Okay, if that's the case, if you think your opponent might raise call off 10s, which, I mean, you might be right. At a final table, it's
I'm not saying I would.
right.
And
No,
I'm not
of
saying I
course.
think it's that I think it's correct.
Yeah.
But I think Brandon might
just
say I'd put
have
you on ace king. Yeah.
Screw it, let's go. Yeah, and you know, it could go either way. You see people do interesting things at final tables. There's a lot of money at stake, a lot of pressure. Clemen being really taken.
Clemen could just fold and have 9.2 million also.
Right, and continue playing pretty, you know, safe, solid ball. This one really comes down to live reads. I love this part of poker, which is really just, you got to be the one there, sitting there, feeling it out, feeling your opponent's energy. There's not much of a vacuum to consider here. Call is an interesting play. It is a very small raise. Clemen may very well think that Brandon will shut down his bluffs. He might have Brandon on some diamond combos that if turn comes clean, he might then decide to go with it. This one's really getting spicy. Let's
7.5 in the million now, in the middle now.
The biggest pot, I assume, that's been played outside of all ins. Let's see if Brandon sacks up and goes for it. Wow, it looks like he's gonna, what is he gonna bring it with? a small bet. Interesting. Wow, Clemen's just like, what is going on right now? And it really, honestly, now even more so, it looks like 9s or 10s a lot. If I'm Clemen, I'm thinking like there's a very good chances Brandon has a hand like 9s or 10s, betting small again for sort of protection slash maybe some value. And this is a really tough spot for Clemen. Yeah.
Ugh, lays it down.
Don't blame him. Nice one, Brandon. Way to take him
Nice
to
hand,
the
Win.
streets.
Massive pot. Brandon
Yeah.
up to 14 million. Clemen down to 8 million.
Yeah, that's what makes a player like Brandon dangerous. He's clearly not afraid. He's willing to mix it up. He's going to be a lot harder to read than some other people. And, you know, he's got that sort of X factor of you don't know what he's capable of.
I felt like like I was saying, he's gonna be willing to die, and if he's good, he's gonna go with the read, and he's gonna accept that was his read. It is what it is. Whereas a lot of people, you know, they're gonna review it and kind of be frustrated or results oriented there.
Yeah, he's like, no, screw it.
Played very confident,
let's go, baby.
Clemen down to 64 bigs. Still a huge gap between him and the other players.
The chip leader, Brandon.
And assuming Boom Cups does well or whatever other ventures Brandon might be involved in, you know, he might be sort of at liberty to play a little with a little more, you know, chance or gusto as opposed to some professionals that are really focused on making the most money here.
I see it was for poor people.
Exactly. Yeah, that's that was a long-winded way of saying that. So he might really not care about ICM and
Yeah.
That in and of itself is an advantage that you can find for yourself.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder to play against you, and it gives you a better chance of getting first place. So Clemen opening Clemen in the big, Billy open shoving. I think it's a bit much for Clemen to call here. If it was around $1 million, we might look him up, but Billy's quite tight in these spots, and King 10 does not play all that well. King Queen would be a call.
I think I agree with that.
King Jack suited would be a difficult spot. You really don't want to call with King Queen even and see Ace 5 suited. You're just kind of like miserable.
It's hard to have the nuts there.
What was that?
It's hard to have the nuts there. I interacted with it.
You'll see soon enough.
Yes, indeed.
That is one of the interesting dynamics that's become a factor as live stream final tables have risen to prominence. Is, you know, we get to see what someone had after a half hour or hour.
If you have a team with you, really. I mean, these players don't have their phones. They're not watching the stream.
You would like to think everybody has at least one friend out there who would kind of keep them up to date. I'm quite confident that everybody at this table does have someone looking out. Although Jack seems like a bit of a lone wolf, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just running and gunning in it. Billy and Paul, I'm sure, have buddies checking in things for them, and everybody else is kind of on a serious level. Brandon probably has his girlfriend watching for him. She was supporting on the rail last night, and seemed really friendly. He seems like a friendly guy. It's nice to see new faces doing well.
Big fan of Brandon's.
Yeah, anybody who's not afraid to go for it, I gotta give him some credit. Tyler going to be all in here quite easily.
1.1.
Doing the cute non-all-in move that we see so often these days. As we spoke about last night, it's kind of one of those things people
Tyler,
have just...
they talked about you on the stream with stuff like that. Did you not hear about that?
What's that?
See what Paul says.
Like the point of making a 1.1, you only have 1.2.
So, like 2 days ago, I criticized people who leave one chip behind, like on day ones and stuff, because a lot of people do things just because they see it on TV with no real plan.
Yeah.
But that's not the case, because I left enough where if he goes all in and you call, I am folding that hand.
I don't buy it.
I don't know why people do it on day ones and stuff, but I actually have a plan when I do things.
He left... Didn't he leave like
That's why I
100K
left more
behind?
than one chip.
He bet.
Half a blind.
I don't remember criticizing Tyler for that, so I thought they said something about
No,
the stream.
we talked about in general how common it is for people to go less than all in these days.
Oh.
I hadn't seen Tyler done it. It certainly wasn't
So it had nothing
anything.
to do with what I would do. It would have to do with what he would do.
He goes all in and you call. I snap fold.
I didn't see exactly how much he made it, but if he bet like over $1 million and he's got
Ladder up.
1.3, he is right that there are
That
spots
and
where
my hand equity's diminished greatly.
you leave yourself enough to get away if two players go all in. It is a very, very low percentage outcome, but there are situations, he's not wrong, where you want to leave yourself some room to get away if it's 100% that your one of your opponents has an overpair. However, in this spot, it wouldn't even necessarily be a guarantee that one of the players has an overpair. So with like
8 bigs.
10 bigs or so, typically the all-in is more appropriate when you're on a big money bubble and you might outlast a couple of other people.
All right, Lonnie all in here. Ace-8 offsuit, shoves. Brandon calls the ace-6 suit in the big blind.
She is quite stoked to see the hand matchup. Ace-8 does not dominate all that many hands, but we got quite
Diamonds
the
for
flop
Brandon.
for Brandon. A lot of chops available.
That hurts.
That is not the card Lonnie wants to see. Really needs a double here. That's not going to do it.
Chop it up.
Everyone loves a chop pop. I don't even know if I'm pretty sure I'm off on that tune, but
Jesse's happy right now.
Probably king 8 right there.
so yeah.
If I'm in the big blind, I call. If I'm in the big
Seven-handed action. My name is Michael Lockie. I'm calling the action here with Daryl Fish.
Hello, Daryl Fish here. Fun to be here doing the commentary at SHRPO, my home base casino in South Florida. I've been playing here for around 20 years, I want to say, and it's been really great to watch things grow here, watch everything really improve over time. I was talking to one of the floor guys, Adam, who you know as well. He's been with Hard Rock since the very beginning, since before they even had poker in the main casino here. It was all next door at the classic Hard Rock, and we're just reminiscing on the 1-2 limit days and the $100 sit and goes and all the progress that's been made in Florida poker over those 20 years, and it's really quite impressive. Now I would say South Florida is the East Coast capital of poker quite easily. Atlantic City, not quite what it once was. Now everybody flocks south for the weather and the chips.
All right, Billy going to open the action for 250 with pocket eights.
But yeah, circling back was definitely not targeting Tyler with anything about that not all in talk. Just kind of a general thing that's happening a lot. As long as someone's got a thought process behind what they're doing, I can respect that.
For sure.
Jack coming in cheap here with the Jack 5 suited from the big. Brandon making an adventurous call from the small blind with the 4-5 offsuit. But he does flop about as big as one can with a hand like 4-5. A very spicy tomato, I would say this flop is. And Brandon will be seeing some.
Is Brandon going to do the ICM things that we're all hoping to see him do?
It'll be tough. Billy is quite short. Not a lot of wiggle room. He does go with a check.
It is multi-way. That's going to make it a lot more difficult, though.
That makes it a lot less difficult for Billy Boy. Turns a set. That's one of the best feelings in No Limit Hold'em.
So good.
It is interesting because it seems quite clear his opponents have little to nothing.
Right.
One of them, if they had a king, either of them would have bet by now. They do not have very many 2s or 3s in their range. It would not be unreasonable to check again even, thinking that neither of them have a pair or a draw. As it turns out, Brandon does have a strong draw that I think even at this kind of poor price, he's going to want to see the river. He strikes me as the type of guy who likes to materialize his straight draws, so he might even go for a check raise. Wouldn't be that crazy.
Yeah,
Billy,
I definitely thought that was in play.
Yeah, Billy showed us a bit of weakness with the flop check, although
Like, has the only hand he's representing, really.
yeah, he has really the only top value hand. Billy's not super cheeky to the type he would check the flop with aces or a big king, I
Right.
think he would just bet those for the most part. Brandon whiffing hard here, but does get a backdoor club that might, yeah, it looks like it's going to induce him to fire a bit of a desperate bluff.
I have 8 outs to try and get you.
Not going to work versus a set of
call.
eights.
Yeah, it was a snap call.
Almost double up there for Billy.
Oh, I don't know. That's hard flush.
Well, I didn't know what you had to try to get you out.
Nice hand.
Nice hand, man.
Had Brandon known Billy
Thank you.
held
Needed it.
3 snowmen, I don't think he would have gone for that bluff, but Billy had the goods.
Times you run into it.
He called for all of it.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Folding
If-
that hand.
If we die with that hand, we die. That's all there is to it.
While you're folding.
I probably don't even see a flop, honestly, with that.
Now you're just shoving.
No.
What? I'm confused by that. I don't think open folding is really in the realm of reality. Curious what Tyler's up to with this table talk. He might be on some troll game.
That's what I was leaning towards.
Seems like he could get into some troll territory. Very nice hand. Ace king suited. Interesting
That's the open limp.
selection. Goes with the limp. I think there's certainly space for having a limping strategy.
He did limp ace-7 of clubs early position earlier
Okay,
at
so
the
he
final
has some
table.
precedent that people might think
And
he's.
he definitely, I think he was open limping some buttons yesterday in the coverage.
Okay,
I think I
so
saw a
it's not-
couple of those.
not unprecedented.
It's
still-
not a new introduction.
Yeah. Still an interesting selection, one that people don't often go for, but it's worked out for him here. See if he continues to lay a trap for his opponent who's drawing nearly dead. Yeah, I think this flop's a little wet to be checking back. If it was something more like king 8-3 with a flush draw, or like, of course, king 8-3 offsuit, I think we can check, give our opponent some chance of making a pair. But we're also going to be perceived to have hands like aces and things like that, so our opponent's not going to give us a ton of action with worse either. Very valuable just to pick up the pot there.
Brandon, you had spades there, right?
No, I flopped open end.
He had one
Oh, yeah.
club.
Billy making the
Yeah, I took it.
reasonable assumption that Brandon was suited that hand.
That was the 400K call with a 4-to-1.
Thank you for trying.
4-to-1 payout on it, plus getting you all in after. Could have been 6-to-1 with 8 outs. It's not the end of the world.
My man Brandon sounds like a
I take a
gambler.
chance sometimes.
I like the way he's thinking
Good
here.
choice.
Well, there's a natural poker game, you know. There is bluffs you gotta find. There's, you gotta make some draws sometimes.
That you do.
He's playing the big stack. I love
I
it.
don't know if the
Love to see it.
500,000 bet at the end was necessary though.
I like it.
Just wanted to make you even shorter, but
Definitely
Yeah, solid hand.
wish he could walk back that river bluff, but didn't cost him much. Good for his image.
Well, yeah. I mean, when your opponent has a set, you shouldn't bluff.
For sure. But Billy's a nice guy. Hey, he needed some chips.
That's right.
Make things more interesting. Loni really getting into desperation territory. We're going to see her looking for really any decent hand to move it in with. Just really frustrating if your opponent's on the right of you open a lot when you're in her position. Don't really get any open shove situations, and you need quite a strong hand to be able to put it in with no fold equity.
Seven-handed action continues here at our final table. Each of our players guaranteed a 6-figure payout.
We have three other final tables
Yeah, Big
today,
Four
right?
all today.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, the Big Four has been rocking here for some years now. Have
See,
the-
let me jump on the live updates and see if
I know the 1K, Shannon Shore, Aaron Massey, Adam Levy, TK Miles were all in last night. I went and sweated after we wrapped up here. Adam's staying with me, so I was waiting around for him and watching the 25K, watching the bubble over there. Taylor von Kriegenberg
Button's good.
bubbled that one. Always fun to watch the highest level players. Let's see what they're up to.
Behind the wall.
Nope. You're seeing it all.
Like Jonathan Jaffe got 7th place in the high roller.
Oh no, John G.
You want to take Paul to deep waters, Brandon?
There were some youngsters on the rail of the 25K behind me last night, and you could tell they were big poker fans. They're like, Alex Foxton's so sick, bro. You know, these type of really excited young guys, and reminded me a lot of myself at 21 or so. And they started talking about the hand that Taylor played against Ben, the sick Kings versus Jack 10 hand. I don't know if you saw in the high roller where, honestly, maybe the sickest hand that's ever been played on a stream. Taylor flatted the button with Kings. Ben Tollerine opened, I think the hijack or cutoff. Taylor flatted the button with Kings. It came queen, like 6 deuce rainbow. Ben c-bet, Taylor called, turn 9. Ben bet, Taylor called river king, giving Taylor Kings top set. Ben had the old jack and 10, and he bet. Taylor raised, and Ben had a raise left behind, and of course Taylor felt completely sick to his stomach. Ben almost has a habit, but there's a million chips in there. He rivered top set after trapping with Kings. Just like nobody's really getting away from it.
So gross.
And yeah, these guys were trying to remember that hand, and I was able to give them the full hand history. I was like, oh, that's right, that was so sick, and it really was. I watched it live and was really feeling for Taylor in that one. Looks like Brandon's gonna spice it up here.
Yeah, Paul opened under the gun here, and Brandon called under the gun +1. It looks like.
No, 3-bet.
No, it was pre-flop was 275 and call.
I
Flop.
didn't see the 3 cards out there. His hand is a lot better with a king and a 9 on the flop.
Yes.
Makes a lot more sense. Definitely.
Yeah, 3 1/4 from Paul, 800K from Brandon.
Brandon's certainly looking to see some flops here.
You know,
Mix
you
it
were
up.
shaking before the hand started. Before the flop.
Actually, I have restless leg syndrome, so I shake like this. My leg
Oh.
shakes even when I sleep. I
Does
shake.
your hand shake though? Or
Shakes
just your
my whole
leg?
body.
Yeah.
Like, it'll shake my whole body. Just a heads up.
Paul trying to
Okay.
maybe get in the head a little bit.
Because you have pocket aces or anything?
I'll give you one show. One show of me.
Oh,
Top 2.
top 2.
Better than aces.
Yeah, Paul did manage to get some free info there.
It's the only one you get.
That was king 9 of hearts.
Sharp by him. Everybody thinking he's suited every hand.
I'm going to see all of them, Brandon.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
It's a good point,
It's the
but
only free one you get.
getting the info 30 minutes in advance is
Nice hand.
not worth nothing.
Yes, indeed. Queen 9 suited for Brandon.
Everybody at this point, if they're aware of it, needs to be playing a very, very careful ICM approach. Loni having 6 big blinds, it would really be disastrous to be the next one out before she has to put her stack in.
Just us? Okay.
Brandon called the 125 action, folded around to Paul. He's going to check the
You know
big blind.
rule, right? Never go broke in an unraised pot. Do you know that rule? Okay. Just checking.
Brandon's going to try to make you go broke in this one, though.
Yeah, very nice flop for the Queen 9 of clubs. Very nothing burger for Paul. And as far as I know, they're not playing the 7 deuce game for a large chunk of
Imagine I
cash.
had
So
No,
10
does not
here.
seem likely.
Would not be good.
Paul had 10-3. They'd
It might not have been, actually.
they'd play a huge pot.
I'm pretty sure that's what I had.
I would have had a lot of
Maybe not
outs.
that bad.
Anything exciting in the chat so far today? Any appearances from Tutty or any of our friends from last night?
No, not so far. Pretty few familiar faces, but
I imagine throughout the day,
Nothing special.
people will be popping in to say hello. A lot of people supporting the lawn dog out there, I'm sure.
absolutely.
As you said, Paul seems to be a crowd favorite as well. Got a lot of fans around here. Jack with very lovely ladies. Always a nice hand to see. No doubt at a final table with short stacks behind you. Billy gonna very, very fortunately for him, only call here. Yeah, I guess he's a bit deep to shove, so
Yeah.
I actually think this is quite standard. The ace-jack suited plays very nicely as a call.
Jack's definitely going to be playing really tight from first position, too.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think he's played a hand all
Yeah,
day.
as the under the gun opener, ace-jack suited is just going to look to see a flop, and for his sake, hope not to find a jack high.
Say no to crack.
Wow. Almost a family pot here. It's very rare you get this many combos of
750.
pretty strong hands. Brandon
With the raise.
not thinking too much about it, saying, let's see what you guys feel about 750. Let's put some sugar on this. It's really a very small 3-bet relative to the open and the stack depths, at least that he and Clemen are playing. Jack certainly just going to move in here. No fuddy-duddy business. Not going to let people come in behind him. Okay, I don't know Jack's what, pun intended. Very interesting choice. I mean, Billy doesn't have quite enough to be peeling behind now, but ace-jack suited is kind of the hand that you might say, I really need to see a flop here 3 ways. And theoretically 4 ways. Clemen presumably going to call a lot of his range when faced with this kind of price. You got to think Brandon would have put a little more thought into it. If he had a really big hand, he would calculate his decision more. This will be very
Clemen coming in anyways.
Clemen with the crackers. A hand that will really only continue post-flop if it has something really nice going for it. That is just brick city. Brandon, I imagine, is going to c-bet and kiss those chips goodbye. Jack going to be quite happy to get it in here. Yeah, this is got to give him credit for trying, but it's not going to succeed. Small c-bet. Very, very rarely are your opponents both going to fold to that. If Brandon now had the ace of hearts and the 10 of diamonds, that would be a hand that you might be able to small c-bet with and then proceed to barrel off on heart turns. But
Jack wants to keep his bluffs in there.
yeah, I'm very curious if Jack's coming at this from a place of trap or concern. Yeah, he's really given a lot of opportunity for hands to improve, but fortunately for him, none has been found by Brandon, and I can't imagine Jack's going to ever find a fold here. As ugly as it kind of is with Loni being so short, I just don't see how you could ever get away from 2 queens versus someone who's shown
Loni is very interested in the results of his hand.
Yeah. Nothing more exciting than the potential of a big stack bust out while you're sitting there with not a lot. Very, very interesting to just call here. I really would love to know if Jack's thinking that Brandon's going to bluff off the river. I would just want to protect my hand, and well, not if I have top set. I'm not too worried about protecting it. And that's a river that Brandon could very well bluff off on, thinking Jack has something like 9s through jacks, as I think he would play those hands this way, but he has the effective nuts here, and Brandon's gonna say goodbye to these last chips as well. Imagine Jack's just gonna call. Oh, that's very interesting. One could argue for just calling.
Yeah, this is a unique spot where I probably would just call, so you
Yeah.
can save the 400K in case he did have a flush. And
Yeah,
then you could try to outlast Loni, but
Yeah, he definitely has some flushes in his range, and I think it's very, very.
maybe he never bets 1.2 with a flush. Maybe he just puts them all in with a flush.
Yeah, that would be the other thought process that Jack could have. It's interesting. That's a spot I would like to sort of do some computer stuff with later, because Brandon is the type that could have more suited hands than most,
Right.
pre-flop squeezing there, and he might like slow down with a lot of his hands on a heart river, so he might be polarized to bluffs or flushes there, in which case obviously we would have no good reason to shove, but you know, we can't really fault Jack for getting the last few chips
he
with
was.
the top set.
It's interesting. He was definitely more slow playing than anything.
Yeah, and it worked out brilliantly for him. A lot of props for getting essentially a full double there when he really had no business making that many chips in that pot. Clemen now the one with the ladies making their way around.
I think Brandon's biggest error of that pot was not sizing up a little more pre-flop. Like, you know, he did run into it, and he probably was going to pay that hand off anyways, but I think he would have had a lot more success in general had he had sized up a little more pre-flop.
Yeah, I mean, he offered them a really, really attractive price to see a flop there. Jack's going to have a lot of hands that are going to want to continue, and hands like nines or ace-queen or ace-jack, if you're going to have any potential of bluffing those hands, you need to make it difficult for them to continue, and 750 was not difficult at all, and he might have well saved himself a lot if, you know, if he make a bigger 3-bet, then Jack might be more inclined to squeeze or to go all in. A lot of ways that hand could have gone, but Jack's elated, I'm sure. Ace high flop here, as you'll hear many people say, is always the case when one has queens or kings. I'm not sure that math checks out.
Situation in the history of mankind.
Happens every time you remember it, though.
Yes. Biases and the human mind are fascinating things.
I know, I say, he's solid. Why is he sitting there with a million?
Paul, maybe not remembering he's got a mic on. No, someone may have reminded him, talking a little bit of smack on Brandon there.
I knew he had something like that with his bet sizing. Yeah, with his bet size. So.
And 450 going to get it done.
Yep, safe to bet after that's checked down against especially a more novice player that might be very disinclined to make bluffs and be very inclined to pay off small river bets. But again, Brandon's willingness to go for it definitely going to make for some interesting.
It's definitely a strength at this point of the game.
It's a strength overall. It's if you're gonna have a sort of skill disadvantage or experience disadvantage, it is much better to be on the side of going for it than not. You know, you happen to smack one hand, you might, you know, get a double where you otherwise wouldn't, and you just put your opponents into a blender quite often. And Jack was in the blender with all the avocados, so it was easy for him. But you know, if Jack had a hand like nines or tens there on the river, I don't really know what he would have done. All with a standard open here. Brandon continuing to play some ball.
Still over 10 million for Brandon. Paul sitting around 12.
Loni kind of an interesting spot. She has a lot of reason to be going for some chip up opportunities and little to lose. So I actually quite like her call here.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all.
She can open shove any flop that gives
Connects with
her
her.
a gut shot or better, essentially. A lot of textures anyways. This is going to be one of them. She almost certainly will take this pot down. She's got a big enough bet. Flopping the flush draw.
Yeah, I would love a lead all in here.
Yeah, there's no other way to play this.
Love it.
As the distribution has it, her opponents both have wiffle balls, and this is a massive pickup for Loni. I can't picture Paul calling here despite his bit of a tank.
Especially with Brandon behind him.
Yeah. Really nice little stop and go from Loni, and she's going to be very happy to take this down with 5 high. Brandon, the
Yeah,
one player at the table who would be the type to be like, you know what, I don't want to let you have this, but he really has nothing. I wouldn't be surprised if it was ace of spades in his hand, if he might call.
Yes, I agree with that.
Given how much he seems interested, despite
What's going on?
very,
And Loni
very
takes
big,
it down.
nearly,
Hey, you're
nearly
really
tripling
No, I
up.
like you. You're actually one of the better players I've seen. Much respect to you.
Thank you.
Tyler paying
And I still want
If I'm
to
you,
get
paying,
maybe for
respect
call,
to
but keep things like this. That's
Lawn
so-
Dog,
I-
yes,
I
she
can't,
deserves.
but You just got like more than a double up.
That was perfect.
Yeah,
11 bigs now for Loni.
Turn over your
A little
card.
breath of fresh air for her.
Yeah, 100%.
A true consummate professional. Loni Hui, always in the streets, loves the
she
game.
knows that you.
Very nice,
you know,
just
that you have her
awesome
locked up.
person, and yeah, been doing it a long time. Definitely in the conversation of best female poker player. If a conversation does exist, she deserves mention.
All right, Brandon continuing the action here in the cutoff. Ace tray offsuit. 350 is the action.
Very,
Almost 3x.
very tricky spot for Loni here.
Yes.
A very attractive hand, but we would expect to be called very often. And even if Brandon has like 6-5 offsuit, we're not going to be loving life if we shove and he calls. If he had min raised, I think a call would be appropriate, but she still goes for it. Certainly can't hate the play. She's got a great hand versus a very loose player.
She's still going for the win.
Yeah, yeah. Ultimately, you know, like we said, ICM is for poor people. Lonnie's not poor, but Brandon
And this
has
might get through.
a doo-doo burger. He is the type that just wants to call.
Nope.
Yeah, that's my one gripe with Lonnie's spot is Brandon is the type who's going to call off hands like ace-3 offsuit.
Okay, but is he also going to call more jack nines and queen jacks and stuff like that maybe he shouldn't as well?
He is going to call with hands we dominate, but
Yeah.
given the combinatoric deficit of those hands when we have those cards, we're more likely to get called by like 5-6 suited or ace-3 offsuit, and we're not. If we're not dominating, we're actually
Ace
like,
on the turn.
pretty upset to get it in. But
Queen and a queen only
I don't
for
blame her.
Loni.
Really, really
Well played.
great game from Loni Harwood. This Loni Hui, sorry, I've known her so long.
I almost did that in
forgot.
an earlier stream, but I
Yeah.
caught myself.
I'm sure she doesn't mind, but very deserving of the
You like that ace, right?
Hui family name as well.
My
Her
best
and
case
Phil,
scenario was she had
great
queen
people,
king.
great
I'm
poker
saying,
players.
like, I
Sad to see her
noticed you
go.
could
103,000 for her effort.
I would
Excellent
like
run.
better ones.
That's a good one.
I had ace
$30,000
ten,
pay jump for our remaining 6 players.
ten pre-flop. You called. Then I committed to it.
Man, I could fold for 8 more hours.
Should have backed out.
Yeah, that's a very interesting spot. I think it's probably quite close.
1.3.
If we're just talking chippy V, it's a slam dunk all in. With ICM,
Billy
those are
had
the kind of spots
chipped up
that-
a little, right? So
He
I
had.
think he was over 3, and then I'm not sure what Tyler has. So.
Tyler's got like 12 bigs, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
he had
so,
slightly more than her.
The
The onus was kind of on her still.
it was, and I it's a very interesting close spot. So I do not fault her at all.
I like, especially when I'm close to the other one, to try to create that separation sometimes. I think it makes a big difference at the end of the day, but
Yeah.
I would want to see just
Good game for her.
because I felt like ace jack of hearts. At
I'll
first,
see
I
you in
thought
30 minutes. in 30 or in 3 minutes.
that one like angered my soul. I'm not gonna
Then
lie.
I didn't call. I know.
Yeah.
It angered me to fold. What am I gonna do?
Brandon ends up with that pot anyways.
Gotta pick and choose your battles.
Brandon picking and choosing a lot of battles today, and
Brandon
good
picking
for
and
him.
choosing all the battles.
Somewhat ironic that he would hint at being selective. He's really mixing it up and really like making moves that put his opponents in tough spots, which is what you want to do. I kind of like the way he's playing, and not an easy opponent by any means. Tyler now the extreme short stack. especially after Billy, they have a large disparity.
Yeah.
And,
Imagine being 4 of 6 with 57 bigs.
yeah, that's wild. 4 of 6 would usually be somewhere in the range of 20 to 30 bigs. Nearly 60 is very comfortable. Brandon, I imagine, gonna jump in there with Queen 10 offsuit. Perfectly reasonable.
Receipt raises to 250.
Going back down to the min raise, it was interesting that he raised larger in that spot against Loni. I think maybe in his mind he has a hand
He's
that wants
mixed
to
in
just
some
take it down.
350s here and there.
Okay. Often, if a player does vary their pre-flop sizing, it gives you an opportunity to make some assessments about that and sort of weight their range accurately, which is why people tend not to do that.
Yeah,
Although
it does create a learning opportunity to try to pick up on what it is they're differentiating, but it might just be a position thing. It might, you know,
Yeah, it could
might
be,
just
like,
be an
random.
effective. It might be an effective stacks thing.
Yeah.
Right. So there's other things other than actual
clean
the
heart,
strength
right?
of cards.
Absolutely. And that is actually a very good reason to potentially vary your sizing when there is ICM, when there are shorter stacks. In some positions, you might want to apply more pressure. You might want to disincentivize the big blind from defending correctly. It actually would be.
I thought it was ace-ace, and he just made up his mind. He's going to call
here.
everything. Right. But then I thought it was ace-queen heart-heart that I think it makes a little bit more sense to call a 3-bet.
I'm talking
Maybe
back
just tries to realize some more with aces.
about another hand.
We're gonna find
All right. Looks like players are about to go on a break here. All right. It is a 10-minute break we're going to be taking.
Alrighty.
20 seconds.
Once he calls.
Be coming back to 75, 150, I take it.
Yes.
Still a lot of poker to be
You
played.
can if you want.
Both players with a nothing burger in the blinds here, but Clemen taking initiative. Paul not going to get too tricky.
125 or 2 seat.
I think if I'm Clemen, I'm playing a largely limping strategy in the small blind here, looking to play smaller pots.
1, 2, 3, 3, 5.
All righty. Action will continue 6-handed when we get back from this 10-minute break. Please stay tuned in. Hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. And I am Michael Aki with Daryl Fish. We'll be back soon.
Back shortly. See you in a few.
Take care. And welcome back to day 4 final table coverage of the $5,300 main event here at Seminole Hard Rock Poker in Hollywood, Florida. My name is Michael Lockey. I'm calling the action here with Daryl Fish. Daryl, how are we doing today?
Howdy. Doing good. Was excited to watch this final table, especially because of Sterling and Loni being friends of mine / ours, but they have fallen by the wayside. Still a great run by both. Kevlar also out in 9th. And now we have an interesting mix of characters, and yeah, looking forward to watching
Really interesting
more.
stack distributions right now. Couple
Yeah.
shallow stacks, couple healthy stacks, couple large stacks. Gonna see how it all unfolds.
Yeah, it's really still mostly anyone's game. Tyler going to need a lot of help to pull back into the running, but you know, even then, a couple of double ups and he's right back in it with around 40 bigs or so. Definitely a lot of possible runouts here. Clemen no longer with the stranglehold he once had. Brandon and Paul both overtaking him. Jack having that huge pot with 2 queens, also pulling it well ahead for him. Brandon, by far the most unpredictable player, the most capable of unexpected things, going for it in a lot of spots.
V-pipping a lot. Playing, you know,
V-pipping
closer to
a lot.
33% of hands and maybe even more.
Yeah, and not really doing anything terrible per se. You know, he's going after it. He's putting his opponents in
You're just
tough
taking every
spots.
spot, though.
Yeah, which eventually that does tend to catch up because you're not going to have it nearly enough, and your opponents are going to understand that you're not having it all that often, and they're going to be adjusting accordingly. So everyone here pretty sharp and aware of how everyone else is playing. So yeah, a lot of poker left to play.
I think that's how Jack got his double up, right? I mean, he played those queens. There were some arguments you could have raised him at some different points, you know, but he wanted to keep those bluffs in, I thought, and keep the ranges wide. And sure enough, he even went for that extra 400K at the end, which might have been a little greedy, but again, I don't blame him at all.
Yeah, Mike, you're right. He could have honestly moved his stack in at any street of that hand, and it would have been totally fine. Pre-flop, flop, turn, all would have been totally reasonable spots to move it in, but he chose to keep calling and letting his opponent hang himself, and worked out really well.
What? Oh, sorry. You were small, I wanted to see it at 75.
And as we mentioned earlier, we do have all of the big 4 final tables playing down today. We have the 1K, 500K guarantee. We have the 3K, 1 million guarantee. We have the 25K as well, the high roller with a very stacked field as to be expected. Last I saw, Alex Foxen was dominating. We'll check in on updates for that shortly. In the meantime, we have what looks like to be an all-in confrontation coming.
All-in?
Yeah, there's
1.275.
Tyler is all in with his pocket eights.
not too many ways out of this for Tyler. Notice he did actually move his entire stack in this time. I imagine this actually, if Clemen flats here, which I would if I was him, no good reason to 3-bet and potentially scare some of your players behind off of hands like jacks, 10s, queens. you know, Paul having ace queen. If Clemen flats here, Paul's gonna be really happy with his spot. He could very well move in or try to squeeze and isolate Tyler's wider range. Let's see if Clemen lays that trap. Kings and aces being the only hands that I would consider a flat call with here. Queens, I'd be okay to disincentivize. He does flat call, and Paul, ace queen is a really strong hand here. Tyler shoving 8 bigs.
In this movie.
Tyler has a lot of hands we dominate with ace queen.
Oh, I'm really dead, huh?
There's $3 million in the pot too already, so
They shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, Paul does seem to be aware that Clemen could be trapping here. He did say, I've seen this movie before, which makes me think he is aware of Clemen's potential to be trapping. That said, ace queen's just like too strong of a hand to fold. I think we have to at least call and hope that Clemen's going to play mostly straightforward
Done
post
that
flop.
A lot of times. Exactly what I think you're doing.
And,
would he be chatting this much if he was calling? I
no,
thought he was talking himself into a fold.
And Paul does happen to be
Wow.
right here, but Clemen is going to be calling a lot of worse hands than
I've
two
done that so
kings.
many
So
times.
very
I had ace
results oriented and good fortune fold by Paul.
Yeah.
But I mean, if Clemen has ace 10, ace jack, maybe in a hand like king queen suited, ace 9 suited even.
So if he's folding to the flat, does he do anything to the ISO?
If
Like let's say he made it 2.4 million and
Oh,
like clicked it or something.
No, I think Paul's just like gonna fold there every
Yeah.
time, despite it maybe being a pip tight. And he is the type of guy who wants to make himself kind of look good per se. So I think he's happy to table
I bet
talk
he
it.
would look better by stacking all those chips.
Yeah, right.
No, I mean it's a little results oriented. He would have hit an ace, but
Yeah, he did make the wise choice to get away there. Yeah, I think
I don't like flatting. I don't think,
I don't love flatting, but I also
especially because you're going to play out of position in this massive pot.
yeah.
Could easily get blown off your equity.
Yeah, they're a little too shallow to like 3-bet and then fold also, because then Clemen could just like shove tens or jacks and
I'm gonna be honest. I probably just would have stuck the ace queen in there as
Yeah,
a squeeze, and
I'm
I've been
thinking so.
understood that you might be running into king sometimes here, but
Yeah. it's
I don't
it's
know.
a very hard hand to have 2 kings or 2 aces, and yeah, I think Paul just made an okay fold that worked out really fortunately in terms of the pre-flop distribution.
I mean,
Definitely funny
the only
that
thing I'll
ace
add
came.
to it, these guys have probably played together for a few days now. Maybe he picked up something.
Yeah.
Maybe there's obviously things that we aren't going to see that he's going to
Absolutely.
feel, right? So.
Absolutely, and I'm a big proponent of that
And
as much as
I
anyone.
want to really, that's basically a long-winded way of me saying I don't want to discourage anybody. If you're able to achieve that in game, then don't be discouraged by what we're thinking out here.
Yeah, and no knock on Paul. He is a very experienced live player. He's been in the streets here before. He's made deep runs. I certainly give him credit for being able to sniff things out. On paper, in a vacuum, that might not be a hand we'd fold, but in real game, and this is why I don't even really like talking hand histories about live poker with people
So
all that
hard.
often. It almost always results in me saying, I'd have to have looked at the guy. I'd have to be the one who's there. A lot of spots, especially that are very close in EV and aren't even really worth diving too far into. It could be a waste of time, a lot of spots to dissect them, when in reality, either of 1 or 2 or 3 options could be.
If you
getting
had
the
full
same
information,
EV.
the real answer is likely wildly different.
Yeah, totally. What was happening in that orbit? What was happening in that entire day of poker? What did you see this guy do in a previous hand? How was he breathing?
Brandon did open to 400K here on the button, so that the blinds have gone
Okay.
up 75, 150. Not quite 3x, but still more than 2.
Yeah, seems to like the
Flops a
larger
double gutter
sizing.
here, turns the nuts.
Oh, hi.
5s aren't loving it.
Not traditionally a flop that you would check with Brandon's hand, but it worked out nicely for him here. And unfortunately for him, Jack has nothing to mention continuing on this texture. So, but you never know.
He down bet to 300.
It is a very small bet. Brandon's the type that could just like fire one with ace rag here. I don't really fault Jack for peeling once here, but he's going to face another bet, and I don't imagine he's going to find a call. I think plenty of Brandon's bluffing range on the turn contains a 10. Hand like ace 10 or even like a 10-6 suited, or like a 10-7, 9-10 that he decides to bet. All the short stacks out of the way. Now we have 5 relatively comfortable stacks, Billy being the shortest, but
I think he's getting closer to the 2 million mark.
Okay, so he is approaching the pressure zone.
Speaking of the pressure zone.
Speaking of big pairs being distributed.
These new chips are 500Ks, right? They're not 1 millions?
No, these are 5s.
Okay, we'll confirm for sure the next time they enter a pot, but I am almost certain that these are the salmon and grays. I believe are 500K units. So Brandon, pocket kings. Billy's going to fold the queen 10 in the small blind. Clemen in the big blind, 9 tray suited. Raise and take for Brandon.
Put him. What's the 20 stack?
No. It's not a 20 stack. I have 12 million exactly.
Big blind.
I got you.
150.
Yeah, Brandon, pocket 7s under the gun.
Nice hand, 5-handed for sure. Gonna be playing a pot though against Jack's ace king. See how this one goes down.
300.
These guys playing for a lot of money now. First place being upwards of 620-something thousand.
626 and change.
Very nice paydays available to all 5 players. You know, usually top 5 is kind of where the most chunky payouts exist, and of course,
Jack just flat calls with the ace king here.
Interesting, very interesting. I guess
Probably just not wanting to bloat it too much. Like Brandon literally has 0 folded 3-bet. You know,
yeah,
maybe, I'm speculating here, but maybe he's just trying to be able to call down more with ace high and.
Yeah, and with Billy's 2 million stack, you know, you're not necessarily looking to get into a flip. You might want to. It's also ace king can just be a nice hand to have in a flat range. Where
even fast forwarding to the river, like, are there going to be times you're going to want to call him with ace king high? Like, probably pretty often, right? So.
Yeah, against Brandon, depending on a lot of
it might be. It's almost like he's slow playing with it.
Yeah, and if you're going to flop king high, you're definitely slow playing and pretty stoked about your situation. Now it has a very easy just call. I think I would have still opted for a 3-bet given what we've seen from Brandon, but I cannot hate on a flat in position. Every once in a while, Billy comes with a shove with a hand like ace-jack, things like that. And like you said, Brandon is, you know, not folding the 3-bets very often, is a bit of a wild card. We don't want to mix it up too much on boards that we miss and kind of keep the pot small for now. And Jack's just shown to be the type of player who sort of prefers small ball, likes to play position, gain some clarity on the hand before he puts a lot of chips in. Brandon not having it.
Not ready to go anywhere quite yet. And yes, after this pot, I can confirm those are 500K units.
I would have to imagine Brandon's putting Jack on a lot of ace-queen, ace-jack, queen-jack, queen-9 suited sort of holdings, which is fair. Those do make up a chunk of Jack's range. And it wouldn't be that outrageous to find a hero call on the river here, but he's not going to like it if he does.
Sorry, 1.125.
You know, Jack's probably not betting a 10 twice, almost certainly doesn't have a ton of kings.
He's funny, huh?
If he's flatting queen jack offsuit
guy.
pre, he has quite a few combos, but
Brandon makes the fold.
does find the good fold there.
What up, buddy? For sure.
Would kind of think Jack's value range looks more like king 10, king queen, some king jacks. And really that's about all one might perceive him to be value betting on the river. Bottom set, of course, possibility.
14 big blinds for Billy as our short stack. 58 big blinds for next up. So
Yeah.
lots of poker to be played.
Yeah, Billy needs to really start shipping it. And he has a lot of leverage in doing so. Neither Paul nor Clemen are going to be liberally calling his all-in and risking doubling him up. They're going to be calling pretty tight. Brandon's going to be the one who might
He'll be writing the speeding tickets.
flip a few coins here and there. Yeah, definitely the officer of the table.
But that is so threatening too. It's like it's interesting that you're like.
Yeah, changes a lot.
Are you gonna shave off some of those bottom tier hands because you don't want to get looked up by
a
king deuce
40%er.
or whatever? Yeah.
As we saw with Loni's spot, which again, perfectly reasonable, but she was facing a player who's going to call with a hand like ace-3 and just put you in kind of a nightmare coin flip scenario.
Queen jack offsuit for Jack makes it 300K.
Speaking of jacks, Paul with the best one. Imagine he's going to come with a call here. Hard to picture much else.
800.
Okay.
Re-raise.
I mean, ace jack is actually quite a good candidate to 3-bet bluff. Sizing's a bit small, out of position. Jack going to be peeling a lot of his range here. I hope Paul's prepared to play some street ball post flop. Queen jack being one of the few hands he might,
Yeah, I was thinking he was going to let this one go.
It's a little dicey for sure. I think he defends a lot of his range, if not most. Queen jack being towards the bottom end of that. Nice pickup by Paul.
Yep.
Ace 10, ace jack, those are the type of hands, especially offsuit, that play well as 3-bet bluffs.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier to play them as 3-bets. I mean, it's a lot more of a value raise 5-handed than it is at a full table.
Yeah, and it's no doubt a bit linear in this situation. It's not a complete bluff. Just kind of looking to simplify the hand and not, be in no man's land, out of position, establish the lead. And then if Jack has a hand like ace-queen, you end up bluffing him off of it unimproved. Things like that, some good outcomes. So nice one by Paul.
All right. Ace-7 here suited for Billy under the gun. See how he decides to play it here. Looks like he is going to play it.
All in.
I have to imagine that's fine towards the bottom of a range we might shove here, but again, given his
I
large
prefer
margin.
shove. I'm a little surprised he shoved it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I would have shoved, but in table, I don't know that I would include that as a hand that I'm putting him on.
Yeah, I might even think he's as solid as like ace-9 suited bottom or ace-10 bottom. And there's, in the conversation, a very credible argument for just opening the ace-7
Sure.
suited, as Billy especially. No one's going to mess with you light. You're kind of still saying...
I think he was 13 or 14 bigs to start that hand.
Yeah,
before
little
picking up that
shallow
small pot.
probably to raise and give yourself room to fold. But it is a situation where if you raise and someone does come back at you, ace-7 is in a world of hurt, no doubt. And you kind of get away with pretending you're all in without actually putting your stack in.
Right. They kind of respond the same way.
Yeah. The ranges are going to be pretty inelastic in how they respond versus a shove or an open. A lot of the same range is going to continue. But
King
it got
queen
through.
for Brandon on the button here. 350 is the raise. 4 high for Billy. We're not going to see any action here.
Not too good. Brandon picks up some more chips to put in one of his boom cups. This lineup, sort of a perfect representation of the variety of players that you might find in these types of tournaments. You know, you have your seemingly pure recreational who likes the game and plays a lot, I imagine, in Brandon. You have your full-time pro in Clemen, and I think Jack is a full-time pro as well.
Yeah, I think from his bio, he suggested that.
Yeah, I know I've seen him around a lot. So you got a couple of full pros. You got Billy, who I think is more on the rec side, but plays a lot. And
high volume recs
rec.
are very skilled these days.
Yeah, nothing, you know, he's not a pushover by any means. And Paul kind of like been around the game for a long time. I think he plays at least semi-professionally, keeps up, you know, with all the latest metagame stuff, knows what people are up to. As we saw, he got away from that ace-queen. Here we have Billy reshoving the king-queen suited.
Love this reshove.
Beautiful hand. Jack, I don't really see him finding a call here.
I highly doubt it.
Ace-6, pretty junky, especially versus a player like Billy. Billy would need to have closer to 8 big blinds or so to be forced into gambling here. But hey, been proven wrong before. Now he does let it go. I think Jack needs something like ace-10 or better.
I want to see that.
King-queen, maybe pocket 7s is around the range that I would
Seems reasonable.
want to call with. Definitely not wanting to double Billy up, but also, of course, as short as he is, we do need to take some gambles.
It is another nice pay jump
Okay,
to earn,
that's great.
but
Thank
you don't want to just give it away.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
That's great. Perfect.
Five-handed action continues here.
The Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, long-standing live tournament series, kind of the post-World series. A lot of people come more or less straight here from Vegas.
It's the Florida main event.
This is the Florida main event, which Florida is, outside of Vegas, the biggest poker city in the country, at least for tournaments. Or sorry, Florida is not a city, but
I was gonna let that go.
you know what I mean. Down here in Florida City, we got a whole lot of poker tournaments.
Yeah.
It really has exploded, though, in South Florida especially. Things have just continued to grow. Looks like checking in on the 25K, we have Foxen out in third for 220,000. Looks like that leaves Bryn, Kenny, and Dan CP all heads up. Bryn with a pretty dominant chip lead. Dan, I've been really impressed by him in the last year or two. He's making very consistent runs. Don't know him personally, but he seems like a really nice dude. And yeah, he did really well, obviously, in that win tournament in December, and has just been crushing. And Bryn, you know, longtime crusher, OG Magic player. We were reminiscing on their old school Magic the Gathering days.
I forget to include him in that category.
Yeah, he was actually, when I got into Magic, at first he was dominating the Junior Super Series, which was the 16 and under league. He was kind of the top boss in that department, and that's where I started, along with Adam, Ruthless Levy, and a lot of other poker
So
players,
many
as you
randoms,
know.
yeah.
Like, it's actually incredible.
David Williams, Ike,
Yeah.
Bonomo.
Eric Froelich, Brock Parker, Scott Seaver was a Magic player. There's a handful of others who now play poker full-time or close to it as well. And there's, you know, Justin Bonomo. There was so many people that converted from Magic to poker. It's really funny. And now to see all of them still in the scene, still doing their thing. Brandon, Adam, and I were standing around yesterday just like, this is such a flashback moment. I feel like we need to draft right now.
So this spot was pretty interesting. Clemen limped small blind, king 7 off. Paul checked his 10 deuce suited. Clemen led for a min bet with his top pair. Paul raised the flop with his straight draw. Both players checked the turn, and Paul nailed it straight on the river. Clemen
Very
checks it
nice.
over.
It's nice when you go from 10 deuce high to
1.2.
straight. However, really tough spot for Clemen now. Paul's sizing lends away from worse value bets. If he were going to value bet a worse 2 pair, I imagine he would go on the quite smaller size. If he even would value bet 2 pair, I have my doubts that he would value bet the bottom end of the 2 pair combos. Clemen does pay it off, and not going to like it. Continues to trend downward here. He's had a bit of a rough day. But hey, Paul could have had all those chips had he not wisely laid down the ace queen before.
And, yeah, and away with the kings, you gotta feel like you're
Kind of free
you're a
rolling
little bit
in a weird
lucky to be
way.
alive because you easily could have been out of the tournament. He's obviously going to snap call if Paul jams on him there.
Yep. Yeah, funny how the butterfly effect kind of plays into it in these situations. There's a lot of people who would have shoved Paul's spot with ace queen and won a massive pot against Clemen. Paul made the wise decision to get away from it, which in results world did not work out. It's just poker's a fickle beast. Billy with a beautiful ace queen suited, coming in hot. Let's see if he raises, tries to get some action, or if he just rips it in there. If I'm him, I'm raising small. I want to get some value with this hand. We're quite the shortest, and we really do.
You want to invite some bluffs also, right?
Yeah,
Like,
ace queen suited's a hell of a hand. And
I mean, if you just jam, you're going to get some worse hands to fold. But there's a couple of those worse hands that might shove into you.
You want business from a lot of hands here as Billy. Ace queen suited just
I owe the small blind.
is such a good hand, and you do get reshoved by some deuces through like 5s that are going to fold to your jam. But I think
Fair point.
we're okay taking that chance, because also we're not like mad at the world if we have to flip in Billy's spot. I mean, it's interesting. I don't think shove is unreasonable, but I personally would have looked for some business with a hand like ace queen suited. But hey, nice chip up for Billy. Every pickup counts a lot. Looking at the 3K no limit, 1 million guaranteed, down to 6 players there. Jim Colopy with a whopping lead, 148 big blinds. Second place, Trace Henderson with 48 bigs. Charter still schlepping around with 16 big blinds. Charter and Jim both OG online legends, live legends, great guys, been around forever, always doing great. Oh, actually, update that. Charter busted in 6th, so they're down to 5 now. Jim busted him. Jim has a massive pile.
Action folds around to Clemen in the cutoff. Opens with ace-king offsuit.
Seen a lot of ace kings today. I feel like a lot of big hands in general have been distributed, which especially in shorthanded tournament poker can account for a lot of the result. Of course, there's plenty of room for skill and strategy, but sometimes cards do play themselves.
If the cards do play themselves, unfortunately, you got to ride that wave. And Jack's going to defend his blind with 8-5 suited, flopping top 2 pair, 8-5-4. Clemen does have the ace of diamonds for a backdoor option.
You're good, man.
Likes to check it back. Don't blame anyone for slowing down the aggression on that 3 cards 8 or lower type boards.
Yeah, this board heavily favors Jack's range. Would have been reasonable of Jack to find a lead on this texture, as he maybe should with some 6x, 7x type of hands, even some pair one pair hands might want to lead. Clemen's not going to be c-betting this board a whole lot. These are the types of flops that we might want to look into developing a leading strategy and see what a balanced range looks like. But Jin River in Jack's world anyways, Clemen now has something he might pay off, but Jack checks it, a little wary of the wetness of this texture. And I think Clemen will check back here.
It seems a little thin to go for value. I wouldn't blame him if he does, but
yeah, it's tough to get called by too much worse, but we also do have the best hand fairly often. He is going to go for thin value. Let's see. I think part of his thinking might be that he has the ace of diamonds, so he theoretically has all the ace of diamonds, X of diamonds combos. Jack, therefore, does not have the ace of diamonds, leading him to have more one pair hands. But yeah, this is potentially a little greedy. I don't think he's ever trying to fold out better hands here.
yeah, I think it's not so much that he doesn't have the best hand a lot. It's just that what worse hand is actually going to pay off a bet here.
Yeah, as we can see, Jack's not even too thrilled to call with two pair. I think he probably will, but it's, you know, Clemen doesn't have, again, a lot of worse value bets, so it's then the question becomes how many bluffs and what kind of bluffs does he have?
How many flush draws is Clemen going to check back on the flop? So the same conversation, like if he's going to check a lot of his really strong hands on this flop, is it ever the flush draws?
Wow. Works out as a bluff. I am quite sure that was not his intention.
Right, so that's what's tricky, right? So not even that hand's calling you for value.
Which now suddenly, so it might make your hand a good bluff if eight's
I would
up.
be betting it a lot bigger for bluffing, but
Yeah, interesting. And to answer your question, as Clemen, I think checking back ace-high flush draws is actually quite appropriate on that board.
Okay.
Ace-high's good a lot of the time. We don't necessarily need to even bluff too many hands out, and then we get to have the nut flush in a spot where our opponent's never going to put us on it. When we do turn or river the flush, our opponent's much less likely to give us that. It depends on which ace high we have, of course. If we have a gut shot with it, I might be a little more inclined to bet just because of how much equity and how much we block some of their stronger hands. You could go either way. I think that's one of those spots that, as I was mentioning, a lot of spots in No Limit Hold'em have very, very close EV, and to get too caught up in, it's more like do whatever you want. It's all the same.
Nothing matters.
Which is kind of boring to think about, but it just the reality of No Limit Hold'em is there are so many situations that your decision can go one of both ways, and either one.
And how do you keep it from not being results oriented? It's
that's kind of what the human mind will do is just bias itself towards whatever actually happened in the hand, which is a flawed way to think. More often than not, it's best to put the brain power into river decisions and some turn decisions. Your flop decisions are often going to be very insignificant in the long run.
So catching up on the action, Clemen opened under the gun with ace-jack offsuit. Jack peeled the small blind, ace-9 suited. Billy also came along from the big blind with ace-9 offsuit. 10-10 deuce, two clubs. Jack's going to check his flush draw. Both other players check their ace-high. And queen of clubs makes a flush for Jack.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Not much for either of his opponents, though, so going to be hard to extract.
I'm pretty sure every time somebody's looked at their hand in the stream, they've had value.
And there is something, to glean from that for some of you who might not have as much live experience or might not be as tuned into some of these idiosyncrasies and nuances of live poker, but it's things like that that do tend to add weight to your opponent's range. It adds up
over time, right? It's such a small detail.
Yeah, it can be like a 2 to 5% increase in their likelihood of having value, but over time that compounds to be quite a bit of value and real dollar equity if you are paying attention. And there's just something too that like, let me make sure I have this good hand that I want to put a lot of chips in the pot with, so I don't somehow mess up here.
It's I think it's especially interesting like when you make the ace high flush, like you're trying to send the message, do I have a club?
Yeah,
right?
that's
It's
the
like
other
it's
thing.
like
It's a fake tell that
it's like
people
this,
do
yeah, it's just
subconsciously
like
of like, let me do the look back.
I want them to think that I have one club,
Yeah.
and this is what I think they would do if I had one club. So I'm gonna go do that. But
Yeah, which if you then just like run that logically, if everyone's doing that, it just means
Right.
strongly the opposite.
525.
This could get looked up. There's quite a few straight draw bluffs that missed here, plus ace of clubs X that are worse than ace jack. Clemen been kind of just getting the short end of the stick
I actually
here.
don't think Jack would bet a queen twice for value.
I don't
as
know that
played.
he would either, so it sort of polarizes
So
him.
what, like he doesn't. If you're discounting the queen, okay, maybe he's got trips, maybe he's got a flush, but it's hard to have those hands.
Yeah, it is a very tempting decision here to potentially bluff catch ace jack, and Clemen just kind of been on the wrong side of the decision tree today. Another branch on that tree here.
Nice, Sam.
And the funny thing about tournaments, you know, sometimes you're in a lot of close EV spots that are one way or the other, you're kind of making the same amount of money. But if you're just clicking the wrong button that day, you know, could be short
Having a
on
bad day.
a lot of payout
But
on
look,
that day.
realistically, Clemen's run about as bad as possible, and he still has 43
Still-
bigs.
yeah, still cruising.
6.5 million.
Doubles up once he's chip leader again, essentially, and very much in it. But I know his frustration.
I try to find some. I try
had
to
that
find
experience.
some, pride in that. It's probably been going as bad as possible.
And he's still, yeah, kind of
He's
cruising
still
along.
alive.
It's just that feeling of being upstuck.
Oh, I'm stuck so much.
Yeah, never easy on the mind. Brandon, some suities here. He's definitely a fan of these kind of hands.
8-4 suitor for Brandon, then cut off 350K. Billy's got ace-9 in the small blind. Sitting on about 18 bigs, gonna let it go. Fifth place guaranteed $175,000. 230 for fourth place. Big pay jumps. A little 55K pay jump. And 80K after that.
A lot of tacos, Mike.
And there's a lot of Wagyu tacos. Clemens had a lot of blind versus blinds against Paul where he was open limping.
Yeah, I think this
I would expect that to continue again here.
Yeah. As I mentioned, I think in Clemen's spot in general, it's good to have a limping strategy as he does here. See if Paul comes with a raise. Certainly an option, although
500.
very reasonable to keep the worst aces in your range as checks as well. Don't fault him for raising. Clemen almost surely going to come with a small re-raise here, but a limp call is kind of a spicy little maneuver as well. Keeps your hand super under-repped, and Paul could very well be the type to raise some trash that is never continuing.
Yeah, I was kind of deciding which direction I wanted to lean to. I could definitely make a case both ways.
Yeah, it's easy for us sitting here seeing that Paul has ace deuce to say, oh, well, let's just call.
But for the larger size, it looks like.
That's interesting. I mean, there is some thought there potentially that Paul is raising a fairly strong range, which I think in general, Paul's not raising too much trash. I think he's raising like pretty good hands. And if Paul has a hand like 8s, 9s, ace 10 suited, ace jack suited, things of that nature, he's probably not going to fold to the limp re-raise, and we want to go with a bigger size. As it stands, he has a hand that's probably going to lay down and feel pretty happy in doing so. Nice little pickup by Clemen, a little bit of a momentum shift in what has been an otherwise frustrating day for him.
Paul Snead, still our chip leader, 13.2 million.
Paul Sneading it up out there big time. So far, making all the right moves. Speaking of making the right moves, another shout out and props to Jason Heidenthal and the entire staff here at Seminole Hard Rock. As anyone knows who's played here, we have like the greatest team in poker. A lot of the top industry pros that work the World Series come here to run this event, and it's about as smooth as a tournament series could be. Buy-ins of all levels, guarantees on a lot of these tournaments that are really juicy. Something for everybody. Mixed game tournaments out the wazoo now, adding more and more all the time. It's just hard to critique much of anything about how this series is run. So
850.
bravo to the entire team.
Industry standard.
Yeah, definitely the standard. Even down to the dealers, really world class, top to bottom. Got a question in the chat from I Played You about Glacier Park with Daddy Yegs, aka Yegor Moroz. Really, really good friend of mine. Yegor Moroz made a deep run in the main event at the World Series. Some of you may have been watching that stream. We had a squad of maybe 20 eventually on the rail starting on day 5. We started to accumulate a handful of Paul shoving here, not going to get any.
Yeah,
marbles.
Billy opened and called a 3-bet here with the 8-5 suited.
Oh, wow. Some gusto. Little stepping out a little bit there from Billy, and it did not work out. Yeah, anyway, Yegor Moroz and also Flo's Joe Sirach, good friends of mine. So we were there rooting for them in the main event. And then Yegs is a really prominent shuffler out in Vegas, loves to get out there and shuffle on the dance floors. I like to go dancing. I'm not much of a shuffler myself. But we went to Glacier National Park after the main event for a bit of a decompression. Our little group of friends tends to go to a national park at the end of the summer every year as sort of a post-main event.
I went to Sedona, Arizona
decomp.
1 year and then drove across to San Diego. It was the best time. It's just it's so great to get out of Vegas after a long grind.
It is, and the West Coast has so much to offer. You know, the majority of national parks are on the West Coast, and we went to Glacier this year, first time going there. It was incredible. I mean, they're all really remarkable in their own ways, but Glacier specifically super cool because it's very hot outside, like 90 degrees, somewhere in that realm, and there's snow on the side of these mountains, and you're hiking. We went on like a 6-hour hike where at the very top might as well have been at Red Rocks. It was like super hot, or like red rocks literally as the terrain. And then as you're hiking up and down, there's patches of snow around on the mountain that are not melting despite the fact that you are. And so we had some really nice hikes, had like a week out there with a really nice group. And
What state was that in?
super fun. Montana.
Montana, yeah.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure which direction you went.
Yeah. That one's Montana. I think it even extends all the way into Canada, if I'm not
cool.
mistaken. It's a huge park. We had to drive like 2 hours each way, at least every day, to like get to a hike from the Airbnb. But it's incredibly scenic and beautiful, and you know, I'm the type of person that if I'm with my friends, I can be anywhere in the world and be having a good time.
Absolutely.
So a little bit of a road trip, certainly not bad. Highly encourage anyone who's into national parks or things of that nature to check out Glacier National Park if you get a chance.
All right, getting caught up on the action here. Brandon raising the small blind with his ace-4 suited. Jack defended his queen tray of hearts. Both players check the flop. On the turn, Brandon's check raising now.
He is stepping into doo-doo here as Jack has the hand that Brandon is representing. I don't see anything other than a call here in Jack's world. And we'll see if Brandon steps up or steps out on a limb even.
You know, on one level, the jacks are paired. That is a little bit concerning. But on the other hand, that actually gives a hand that Brandon could be getting out.
And overplaying.
It actually like allows him to have a hand that makes sense as well.
Worse value hand.
So
yeah.
I see a lot of players over stressed about the initial board pair when they make some flushes.
Yeah, realistically, combo-wise, there's not a lot of full houses out there. I'd be more worried about a higher flush than a full house.
Right.
But all that said, I'm just not going anywhere.
Yeah, Jack hasn't shown any interest in folding to Brandon so far.
Nor should he.
Yeah, exactly. This hand's the exact reason why.
Yeah, that is one of the interesting rivers that we could see Brandon potentially pull off a successful bluff here. Let's see how much he comes with. I think Jack's still going to call, given how splashy Brandon's been. But we're not in love with it like we once were.
1.8 million.
It's too small, Brandon. You gotta.
It's a little more than half.
Yeah, but you're targeting some pretty strong hands potentially. Jack has queen high flushes, king high flushes. If we're gonna fold those out, I think we need to put him in a bigger position to be calling a bigger bet. But Jack's still not in love with it. But again, Brandon has splashed around more than enough to earn the right to be called here, which he doesn't want in this scenario.
Jack's going to realize he's going to have $5 million left if he calls and loses, and that's going to still put him in pretty decent shape against the short stack, who I think still has about 2.1 million or so.
Yeah, 30-plus bigs. I mean, you really hate to see the heart on the river. The types of bluffs Brandon will have, a lot of them might be ace of hearts, X. I don't think he has too many king of hearts combos unless he already had a king high flush. You know, he could have jack nine. It's just against players who splash around a lot. They're just
so
going
hard
to
to make big folds.
Yeah, they're just going to end up combo wise with too many random things that we are ahead of and getting almost 3-1 on a call here. But Jack taking his time, not too sure about it.
You have the time chips, you might as well use them.
Yeah, this is a spot.
This is a spot where you want to get it right.
Yeah. One thing for sure about the time chips is I personally never put them in until I'm done with the hand. You can just wait until after the hand and the dealer will tell you how many time chips you owe. I've seen people several times throw in time chips that they ended up not using. One time saw a guy, you know, in a big spot throw in his entire time chip stack thinking he was going to need a lot of time. And then he, 40 seconds later, made his decision. And you don't get the chips back once you use them. So I think it's best just to let the dealer let you know.
Well, when you're running with a smaller number, though, you got to make sure you have them. Because if you're wrong, your hand's dead.
Yes,
so
yes.
I thought it was interesting yesterday. One of the players, Charles, used up all his time chips on a pay jump. And you know, some stalling dynamics, but then he was not able to make a decision the rest of the way. He basically was stuck with 30 seconds at a time, and
yeah, that's a bummer.
Jack is gonna make the fold.
Even bigger bummer is gonna be Jack's face when he sees this hand on the stream. That was a huge pickup by Brandon, and just coming at it.
I kind of thought he was going to fold after the 8-5 hand. I thought the 8-5 was I thought the 8-5 was an even easier call than that, in my opinion.
Call, yeah.
And you know, he just didn't want to give his opponent credit for. And really, Clemen wasn't bluffing that hand, but it was just thinner value than what he had.
Which maybe, you know, to Jack's credit, maybe he just simply thought Clemen's not bluffing here, and
like that. He made the right read potentially, but you know, he just had a value hand that beat the value hand.
Yeah, two
double cuff spots there.
Yeah,
for
two
Jack.
very tough spots. That one being very interesting. Brandon got to feel good after picking that one up with zero equity to be found in the actual hand.
Blockers are for poor people too.
Yeah.
Jack still with 6.8 million to start this hand.
Yep. Not in a bad spot by any means.
Over 40 bigs.
Despite losing
merely a
couple.
flush wound. All right, this hand should be a lot easier for him to play.
Yeah, I don't see any folds in his future.
Paul opens up the queen 8 in the cutoff. Jack's going to defend the ace 10 of hearts. Ace ace tray on the flop.
I think this will be a one and done for Paulie, unless he happens to turn a queen or an 8, and then he might continue small. Paul's hand almost good enough to maybe check back and look to head towards Value Town on a just showdown on the river. We're not going to fold out too many better hands by betting the flop. However, we might protect ourselves from being bluffed on the turn if Jack chose to fire some 10 high, Jack high, 9 high sort of holdings. I think if I'm Paul with a lot of king highs, I'm checking back this flop. He does choose to give up after the turn here with no real equity to speak of.
Now Jack's got everything. Ace is full of 10s.
Yeah, and you know, Jack's got an interesting spot where by checking he keeps king highs and 3x and hands like pocket fours in his range. By betting, he now has only big value or bluffs, and his bluffs are really only like deuce 4 suited, 4-5 suited type hands. As easy as it is to say, looking at the cards, I think a check on the river here is called for, personally. Paul will probably find a bet if he has a 10. Certainly going to bet an ace, and then we can check raise. Of course, any bet Paul would make. But either way, wasn't going to get any value there, so didn't really hurt him to lead.
Billy now with 10 big blinds. Yeah, Billy's actually a little shorter than we might have originally realized. So I bet that played into Jack's decision to fold that queen high flush.
Yeah. Well, Billy lost that one hand where he defended the three bet. That got him a bit shorter. Bryn took down the 25K high roller. Bryn Kenny taking it down for nearly $500,000. Looks like he made a deal with Dan Sepiol. Finished runner-up for almost $400,000 himself. Not a shabby day for either of these gentlemen. And they're both very experienced, very skilled players. They may very well have preferred to save time and avoid some variance and just chop it up. Can't blame them. Jack with a little bit of a wide open here, but on the button with Billy in the small with handcuffs on. Can definitely afford to get a little spicy in Jack's spot. Clemen almost certainly going to call one here. Clemen's range having a lot more 2s and 3s in it than Jack's. Makes it a little hard for Jack to barrel off too much here, but Clemen also does check call this flop with all his ace highs, even some stronger king highs potentially. You know, there is a conversation around barreling on this type of texture. Clemen's still gonna have the best hand here a lot of the time. Does look to show down. Will Jack try to represent essentially a queen and only a queen with this line?
Yeah, definitely can't sell much else.
No, I think he would bet his eights on the turn for the most part. Any other overpair, and he's not going to be value betting this river with a hand like pocket fives. So it's just a question of does he have a queen or not? And Clemen definitely on the stickier side in these spots. Overall, we'll see if he sniffs it out. Looks like he's going to look it up, yeah.
I was wondering
Good
even
call.
if a queen would go 500K. It's like you're in the exact same. If you do hit the queen, I feel like he's going to go pretty small in general because it's like so thin.
Yeah, yeah. People would have different strategies there. So I think Jack would tend to go on the small side with his queens. For the reasons you said, there's not a lot of hands that are going to look it up.
Yeah, it just feels like you're hardly ever getting called.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Might be nitpicking there.
Yeah, and realistically, if Clemen is calling a7, then that means he's calling a lot of his flop continue range, actually.
Right.
A3, most of his ace highs.
Time to just make a good call.
Indeed. Clemen got to feel good for recent momentum shift. It's a tough day for him so far, but like you said, plenty of room left for him.
Brandon's going to kick the action off this hand for 325. All right. This is Billy's time to shine, if you ask me.
Yeah, pretty.
I don't know what else you can ask for.
Pretty easy all in. If anything, very happy about who the opener is
Yes.
and who is flatting. Jack been definitely peeling, seeing some flops against Brandon.
Jack can definitely be calling some speculative hands here to be
Yeah.
willing to try to play big pots with Brandon's.
Yeah, rightfully so. Especially with Billy being so short on the button, you don't have to worry about him defending his button all that often, so you're going to have absolute position quite frequently. Paul cannot cold call here.
Don't blame him for thinking about it, but
No, it is a nice hand. It is a short stack shove, and if it had folded to Billy, Paul would have called his all-in almost certainly. But now I think, yeah, Jack has to call here with a pair. Billy somewhat annoyed, I think, to see the pocket fours.
bit of a fake flip.
Yeah, but all that said, he was going to need to flip at some point. So
Of course. It's like the ace game.
All right, Billy's going to need an ace or a jack to double up, or he's going to be our 5th place finisher. And on the flop, pair of jacks.
big help for Billy Boy. No diamond, no 6, no
The player
7,
jack
no
is going to
3.
need a 4. A 4.
There are too many people.
Sorry, 8 or 3 would have
You guys
helped
saved as well.
Jack some straight outs on the turn, but
Nice hand.
They're not.
Do you have anything?
I had a small ace suited ace.
They saved your life, Billy. Hey, King Jack of spades. And I was calling for sure.
A short stack doubles up to 23 big blinds, up to 3.5 million.
Just my nice little min raise.
Funny.
2.1 raise. That's all it took to save me.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda for Paul Snead there.
Good hand.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, ace queen was a good fold, and king jack was a bad fold.
Oh, man. Thank you.
That feeling after doubling up, you're just glowing afterwards. It's
Yeah, it's so huge.
so big.
Those flips at final tables are just where so much of the equity ends up being, and you really have no control over it. So you just hope that those are your flips, and that one for Billy is going to put him back into a little bit of a comfortable position.
Paul's going to limp in the small blind here. King 5 offsuit. Brandon's going to check the queen tray. Check, check by both players. Jack bricks both. Not a lot going on here.
No, this is a little bit of a who wants it more scenario, although now Paul doesn't have to want it. He's got it.
Easy check call for Paul, but
He's gotten way too
Brandon's going to...
Yeah, and I would have liked to see a small bet there. If I'm Paul, Brandon could certainly have some twos and fours.
You'd bet
in
a
his
5
range.
there?
I would bet a
it's
5.
I think it's a little interesting.
Yeah,
It's
check.
not that I don't think it's the best hand. It's just that I don't think
Well,
that
thank you, three
any
guys.
worse hands really calling too
I know you're
much.
rooting for
Is
They're not
like I
too
don't know how
often.
often Brandon's going to check a pair twice.
Feel the energy.
Yeah, I don't think he is all that often. I also don't think he's going to spring to life suddenly with too many bluffs. So it's a little
He's so hard to
unclear
play
me.
against.
He is. If he is going to check down some pair hands, it would be, I think, in that kind of spot with a 2 or a 4.
That's reasonable. I agree.
But that's definitely one of these close EV scenarios where it's not really too much to dive into. It's kind of a bet or a check are going to show the same sort of.
All right, these are a couple
burn.
final table hands right here. Let's see how this action unfolds. Billy here under the gun, ace 10 offsuit, 3.5 million in his stack.
Back to the land of being able to raise. Okay.
Decides to lay it down.
Okay, Billy. I see you. Being careful.
If I had that information relayed to me on the stream, though, that is very useful information going forward.
We might say it's pertinent. We might say that's
Changes strategies quite a bit.
relevant to know.
Clemen with pocket 8s right next door. 325, going to take it down.
Yeah, Billy just knew.
Clemen under the gun, king 9 suited. 8.3 million in a stack. Got a little bit back, was dipping down closer to 6 million recently.
See how Paul approaches this spot with 2 9s. 3 betting and calling both viable options.
Oh, a lot of big hands here. Ace 7 suited on the button.
Yeah.
Jack's got pocket 8s here in the
This
big
is going to
blind.
go many ways. Billy will likely even come in with the price being offered to him. I imagine he will certainly peel this out of big blind.
Look at these percentages.
A lot of spicy
17 by the
flops.
smallest and 23 by the highest. All right. Fair fight.
Very close equities here.
These are massive hands for a final table.
Yeah, a lot of spice.
Brandon flops a 7. Paul's still in the lead with his pocket 8s. Jack has, or excuse me, pocket 9s for Paul. Jack's pocket 8s. Couple big flops here.
Yeah, all we needed was a 4 of diamonds there instead of a 4 hearts,
Yeah.
and this would have kept almost everyone involved. As it is, we're gonna see how Brandon responds.
I'm not
with
even
the
going to try to
8-7.
predict how this hand's going to go because
Yeah,
I could think of so
same.
many wild ways.
Yeah. Paul with a very clear and easy bet on his hands.
All
Brandon.
right, now Jack has pocket eights here. Action in front of him went bet 600K raised to 1.5. He's going to
Doesn't
lay him
even think
down.
about it.
Good fold.
Brandon does have plenty of very strong hands. I mean, we could see him with the 3-4 offsuit.
Everybody's really interested in watching these two go at it. That's for sure. Both the
Yeah.
big stacks.
Yeah. Very, very tricky spot for Paul. His hand doesn't improve on nearly any runouts. The board does get worse for him on, you know, the cards that fill a straight, for example, or, oh my goodness.
Well,
I spoke too soon. Paul hit his draw, and he has the top set super nuts.
And this is going to be a tough hand for Brandon.
Yeah.
I don't
Brandon,
expect him to get away from a check raise here.
Maybe, maybe not. He did down bet, recognizing the shift in texture now that he no longer has top pair. I'm pretty sure Paul would never check raise turn here without a better hand. He could have like the ace-5 of hearts would be the only combo. I like this call by Paul. I really like it. Keep Brandon firing. We've seen him fire off on a lot of runouts. I think he will check back river with this hand, much to Paul's dismay. But, yeah, he wasn't going to get much more regardless.
Nice
I
hand.
think he probably got the maximum there.
Had me beat on the flop too.
I would have loved to see what happens if Paul check raised turn there. I don't know that Brandon was going anywhere yet.
Yeah, he may have found a call. Pretty
Paul Snead,
interesting.
17.8 million in chips now.
Yeah,
extending
really,
that lead.
really running away with the day
Sitting
so
at about
far.
the same as second and third combined. Jack still got 30 bigs with his 4.6 million, and Billy
What?
3 million.
Up my bet.
Yeah.
The million was so you wouldn't do that. So you would check it. 400.
Brandon with his slightly larger opening size,
Sure,
coming
I'm
in
good
hot
with
with the
that.
king and the queen of clubs.
I like
It
it.
was a nice hand. It was a good hand.
Thank
No action for the king queen of puppy feet.
Still 10 million in chips for Brandon. Plenty to work with.
Can I get your big one?
Sure.
All love and life. Everything going his way so far.
Sure, whatever you need.
Shower today, and now I'm like all out of whack. Yeah.
B2B KQ suited.
I was like, we just had this, right?
450.
Run it back for Brandon. Chose 450 this time. Same hand, back to back, different sizes.
Yeah, I think he just kind of does things at random in terms of his sizing. Clearly, if he's doing
Well,
different
maybe he's
sizing.
more positionally aware than we're giving him credit for. I mean,
You know-
sizing up on Paul's big blind versus other sizes or others. I don't know. It's interesting.
Wouldn't be the first thing that I have missed in my life, that's for sure. Clemen with a really good hand, but a tough one to play out of position.
Yeah, he's a little deep to start blasting.
Yeah, especially versus the slightly larger sizing, that might give him pause.
Yeah.
But regardless, stacking off would be pretty disastrous with this many big blinds. And if you 3-bet and get called, now you're playing out of position versus a bit of a tricky player. And not the flop that Tens wanted to see.
No. Queens are going to check back, though.
Yeah, Brandon a little scared of the ace and the 3 spades out there. Decides to try to get to showdown. Clemen presented with a potential bluffing opportunity. With what we've seen from Brandon, I would expect ace X to bet this flop very often, if not always. I think he would bet his flushes. I think Brandon's range becomes...
I'm trying to remember if Brandon checked back to any flop so far. So
Not a
I was
lot.
really trying to think of any previous spot. I mean, he's picked a good hand to do it with here.
He has. It does sort of, I think, show his range a little bit, give a little clarity to Clemen. I think he has Queen X a ton, and some weak Ace X. But Clemen also still has showdown value as well, so cannot blame him for trying to turn over the best hand there on the river.
My name is Michael Lockey. I'm joined with Daryl Fish. We are calling the action here on day 4 at the final table. These 5 players are playing for $626,000 and that beautiful guitar trophy.
It is kind of cool that the Hard Rock has their own sort of signature trophy. As much as I'm not much of a trophy man personally, if I were to win one, I think I would want it to be something like that. That's more than, you know, just a simply shaped object. I think a guitar is like pretty badass. So props to the Hard Rock for going one level higher.
$450.
Paul's going to complete the small blind with his 4 tray. Brandon will take his option here with ace-9.
Tries to sneak in there.
I don't know that I'd be trying to sneak in some 4 highs against Brandon. I don't know.
Yeah, that one is close.
You're just going to go on too quick a ride too often, I think.
Yeah, we could definitely let some small blinds go against Brandon. 4-3, connected enough that it might be too good to fold, but it's close for sure.
I think you're into shit like that.
I did it once. Early. How sadistic are we talking here? How sadistic are you talking? What are you thinking?
Like pretty sadistic.
Billy's going to lay down the ace-7. Clemen in the cutoff, ace-king.
Unsuited.
Just under 50 big blinds.
What do you got left?
All feeling spicy here to 3-bet the deuce 4 suited. He has been
How much? 4.4.
kind of feeling himself in some spots here. And he does have some leverage with position on Clemen, with Billy being so short, but deuce 4 suited not quite strong enough to get into it. Brandon, however, not one to back down from an opportunity.
And appeal the queen-9 in the small blind.
Okay, we got some spice here.
A little something for everyone.
Open-ended for Brandon.
Brandon's
Top,
going to
top.
check his queen-9. Got each other's straight draws. Brandon can hit an 8 also.
Clemen happy to try and extract value here against a much wider than usual range. Total brick. I think Clemen's going to continue looking for value with his hand versus some more.
I have a strange feeling he's going to overbet here. He had a couple overbets on a previous stream where he had some solid value, but maybe a little thinner value than other players might choose.
Okay, let's see what he goes for. Not small, but one more.
Yeah, 3/4 spot, nothing too big.
Nothing too big, but also that's a bit
Very
bigger
healthy.
than one would go versus maybe a more experienced player who's
Right.
going to have a more condensed range out of the small blind. Ace King, even a hand that we might not even look to get 3 streets against a lot of players there
Totally
who are
agree.
going to call a little tighter out of the small blind and not pay off all that often and have some better hands and some 2-pair combos.
But you do got to make some adjustments against Brandon. He came to
Absolutely.
play. He's not afraid at all.
I'm betting top all day, every street against
Right.
Brandon and worrying about it later if I'm wrong.
Still 3 million chips for Billy. Our short stack, 20 big blinds. And after our dealer change, cards are in the air. King deuce on the button for Brandon. Coming in for a raise. 300 this time, not his traditional larger size. Billy lays down the queen tray. Raise and take for Brandon. So much money on the line. There's so much incentive to wait around for a shorter stack to bust with so many chips in play. But after a while, you don't want to do that anymore. You want to start fighting back. You're watching Brandon raise all these pots.
Yeah, and
Such a mental game.
the more attuned players will feel into the ebbs and flows of how the game dynamic is at any given moment and pounce on the opportunity to capitalize when things are toning down. That's one thing that I really pride myself on with playing live tournaments is really feeling when there's a space for picking up the aggression or if there's a time when maybe it's better to tone it down and play a little more careful and tighten things up a bit. And you just have to really be paying attention as much as possible, which is why people at the top advocate for putting your phone away, which is kind of a built-in advantage of being at one of these final tables is you don't have your phone distracting you. There's just so much to be said for staying present and feeling the flow, and as cheeky as that might sound, there's really something there. And I think the best players in the world are the ones that can feel, okay, everybody's kind of snugging it up right now. Let me jump into action and open a little wider. Or, oh, people are kind of mixing it up a little too much. I'm going to keep it quiet and, look for an opportunity to have some value. Those are very small details that can compound to be a lot of value over time. Brandon with a very nice top pair here. Paul.
Yeah, this hand was interesting because
Squaducci's.
Paul raised under the gun and Brandon just called here and just called on the flop as well. So a little under rep for Brandon.
Yeah.
And look at this, into 1.7 million, just fired 300K.
Baby bet.
400.
Kind of frustrating if you're Paul, but you also just don't have much of a hand to do much with. Check raise being the only real option one might have here. I guess you could give Brandon some Jack 10.
I
Yeah,
think it's
really
a little
about it.
optimistic.
Yeah, Jack 10's the only combo I can think of that we beat. Which,
Well, there's the King 10 and the King Jack, but
yeah,
wait.
Yeah. I literally.
I know.
Yeah, King 9 just is small of a bet as it is. There's so few bluffs. I mean, of course, like the 7-8 of hearts comes to mind, but I can find less than a handful of combos that King 9 is ahead of.
550 now from Brandon. Another really small bet. All looks interested.
That's
Little thin.
a little heroic, one might say. But didn't cost him a whole lot. I think he can brush it off kind of easily.
I wonder if that was just like the first pot that I can recall Brandon being the pre-flop caller, and then calling a flop. You know, I don't know if Paul was assigning too wide of a starting range there or what.
Yeah, I think Paul would keep hands like 4 or 5 offsuit maybe in Brandon's range too, which would give Brandon a gut shot to peel on the flop and then try to bluff. However, his smaller sizing has typically correlated, that type of smaller sizing has correlated more with a 1-pair value bet.
Yeah, he did a couple of those bets against Loni. I can't fully remember the hands, but it felt like thin value at the time.
Yeah, just trying to milk his opponent a little bit. But hey, again, you never really know what Brandon's going to show up with, and Paul does beat some bluffs, so looked it up at a good price and got shown the goods.
Three folds over to Clemen in the small blind. He is going to limp his 6-4 suited. Paul's going to check the queen 8. Middle pair for Clemen.
Finds his second pair with Paul out in no equity land. I think if I'm Clemen, I continue checking here and hope that Paul stabs or maybe finds a pair in the river. Paul would have bet his 9s on the flop almost certainly, so we can't expect him to have a whole lot to continue with, and he might very well put some chips in with a total air ball as he does here. Clemen's hand not quite strong enough to check raise, but more than happy to call. See if Paul finds another bluff on some rivers here. Oh, he will probably find the opposite of a bluff on that river, and Clemen going to be very happy with how he played this hand.
Yeah, flop going check, single bet on turn by Paul is definitely a value bet.
Yeah, and he goes large, and yeah, this worked out really well for Clemen.
Does he go for a check raise here or
Nah,
just call it off?
his hand's not
Too
strong
thin.
enough. Especially versus Paul's sizing. If Paul
Yeah,
bet like
yeah. Paul was a
300K,
little polarized there. I agree.
yeah, if Paul bet more like 300, I'd be inclined to find a potential raise.
Yeah.
All right, we got 460 people watching and only 40 likes. Please hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you aren't already.
Yeah, you like us, we like you. How's that? Well, you like me, I like you. We subscribe, you do too. Something like that.
Hopefully this is the beginning of a beautiful thing. We can start seeing each other semi-regularly on these channels.
Indeed.
Ouch.
Each player guaranteed $175,000. But that other 450 is up for grabs up top.
So many Wagyu tacos. I think after all this Wagyu taco talk, I'm gonna have to go to Kuro.
I'm
tonight.
probably crowing for dinner also. Sounds like a plan.
Brandon puts him
Probably
in.
unless you have ace, queen, ace, king.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. That's
And
good.
we have
Race.
another
Nice
big flip.
Good luck, bud.
See if Billy can
All
go
right, Billy
2 for
has been
2.
waiting them out. He is all in for his 2.6 million against Brandon's pocket sixes. Queen, queen, tray, clean for Brandon. Billy's going to need a couple runners or an ace and a king. There
And
is the king.
right
Boom.
on time.
Brandon down to just a 6.
Nice hand, man.
Billy really
Oh,
hanging
it's
around,
Oh, I knew it was
How
coming.
much is it?
showing some South Florida
It's
alligator blood
2.6.
as he survives another coin flip.
2-5.
Probably adds about 2 hours to the broadcast. So if you're enjoying the stream, we appreciate you guys staying tuned in for a while.
2.625.
Just like that, Billy up to 4th place, 36
Nice.
big blinds, peaking at 5.4 million.
It's a flip.
Now I regret raising with that ace-3 suited.
A little over 40 million in play. Paul sitting on a little over a third of the chips.
Deng coming in with a raise. Queen 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Brandon with the offsuit 8 gapper or something like that. He's
This is one of those hands where the individual value of the pair of 8s and pair of kings feels better than the actual quality of the hand.
Right.
I think to a recreational player, these are just, it's a medium card and a good card.
First time I
Yeah,
got-
and Brennan likes to participate.
Yeah.
And we like that. Does flop a pair, but it is quite an appealing flop for the Queen 10.
Yeah, Clemen, big
Clemen.
flop here. Double gut shot, couple overs.
It's a lot of hand in this sort of situation.
Brandon's going to lead out with his pair of 8s here. Don't blame him really, but Clemen certainly isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, this range does favor Brandon in general, but Clemen happens to have a lot of interactivity. King 8 has a hard time on a lot of turns and rivers, so that being
Except that one.
not difficult at all. He does continue with, I think, one of his other kind of smaller bets. Looks like 5 something. That's going to be real appealing to Mr. Deng. Still,
Highly doubt he's going anywhere.
yeah, probably thinks his outs are mostly still clean. Certainly the jack or the 7, 10 a little bit unclear, but a queen has to feel like a winning card for the river here.
Agreed.
And he does nail it. Wow, this will be
It
interesting.
is backdoor hearts, unfortunately, for both players. They're both going to be slightly concerned about that.
Yeah, an offsuit jack, I think 2 bets would go in here, but as it is,
Exactly,
Clemen's
yes.
still going to bet and potentially quite large, as I think.
He's not really concerned about a flush all that much,
No.
but in a way, the story he's selling is going to look like a flush, so he's got to be careful for going too big. Obviously, if he knew his opponent had an 8, he would probably just empty the clip. But
Yeah, that said, I think Brandon has a 9 or an 8 or a hand like Jack 10
1.6 million is the bet.
almost always, and an 8 is never folding.
Raise, holy
What?
crap! Oh boy!
Ran down.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
get it.
Oh boy.
That's gotta make
This
me feel
is
really sick as
Oh
Deng.
my God! Look,
It
I
is-
know that feeling. Like how?
However,
How did he get away with check raising there on that card? I hit my card. What is going on right now?
yeah, however, it is too small for him to get away, I believe. It's going to be such an appealing price. And Brandon could, as we see here, have an 8. He could maybe even have a
This
10-7.
is such an incredible spot.
You just got to cry, call it off.
He can even
for a
beat
min-raise.
an inferior straight
Yeah,
10-7,
If Brandon had a 5-7.
5-7. It does look like hearts more than anything else.
Yeah, he's got to pay it off, and he's going to
He
love
sure
what he
does.
sees.
3 of a kind 8s, no good.
And that's, just shows if Brandon had gone closer to, say, 5 million or so.
So
that
here's the
may very well
reality.
have
You and
worked.
I know that he's turning his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, exactly.
Does Brandon
He's-
actually think he's turning in that
no,
hand? What if
he's
he was
not.
trying to get a call from Jack 10 or
Yeah.
a hand that, maybe just improved to 1 Jack?
Absolutely.
It's if he's turning that hand into a bluff, he should blast it, right? And actually sell the right story, but maybe he was valued. It is an incredible hand, 5-handed.
No, I think-
Obviously it was a tricky run out for him.
I'm quite sure that he was raising, thinking he had the best hand.
Right.
It's too thin to do that with trips there on that sort of texture. Clemen would not be betting and then calling a raise with any worse hand. I imagine, aside from maybe the occasional worse 8.
Yeah, I was thinking worse 8s could
Very
pay off a check raise
unlikely-
there.
Very unlikely hand. So, yeah, Brandon just needed to find a call there, very reasonably so. Or if he really wants to get spicy, which again, like you said, he's not bluffing. But if he were to want to bluff, a 5 million, I think would have gotten through there.
I think it might have gotten through, actually.
Yes.
So I've had this thought before, and I think it applies here. Even though Brandon is mostly recreational, I think would be the way to describe it, his instincts have a lot of resemblance to good plays and good players. And like his willingness to go for it, I find that
14.
regs over time lose that ability a little bit. And it's like, they run into the bluffs here and there and they get caught and then they get that negative feedback. And over time, they kind of lose that kind of desire, that willingness to go for it. So watching Brandon have that, it's so refreshing to see, somebody so comfortable for all this money on the line, really having a good time and putting people to the test.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for the point you're aiming at there, which is that it's very easy to overthink things, and especially for people that have a lot of experience, it can often be better to trust your instincts in a lot of situations and just kind of go with what your first reaction is. And I know for me, and I was talking to some friends recently about this, that we often get in spots where we try to construct a range of enough bluffs on the river to call our opponent when we really know immediately that it's just
I'm really creative. I can come up with all kinds of things if I
Yeah,
try hard enough, right? Is it
exactly.
actually realistically what my opponent has? That's pretty unlikely,
Yeah. So a lot of the time it's better just to kind of do what feels right away and not let your analytical mind get too
Take
carried
over
away.
and talk you out of things.
Yeah, and everything depends. If I'm playing against the Joey Weissmans of the world, who are very calculated and have a very, very theoretically sound mind, I'm going to be a little more tuned to the analytical process. But if I'm playing against, say a Brandon or someone who's a little less game tree and theory oriented, I'm going to just trust that my instincts are going to be on point. And especially after playing several days with someone, potentially there's a lot to draw from there. But Brandon's certainly fun to watch, though, and appreciate him participating today and giving us something to
Huge fan
be
of Brandon's.
excited about.
Hope he becomes a regular.
And a good sport, like very,
Classy,
very
absolutely.
classy guy, has taken his losses well, seems just enjoying being there. You love to see it.
So traditional for these two. Clemen's going to limp his small blind pretty liberally here. Paul's only going to take his option occasionally. Both players check to this flop, check, flop. Clemen paired his deuce, picked up a flush draw. It actually is a straight draw for Paul now, so kind of an interesting card that connects for both. Boop. Paul makes the best hand on the end. That deuce with a 10 kicker is all Clemen's got to call, though.
Yeah, that said, his hand is more or less the equivalent of an 8 here. Paul is very unlikely to be value betting anything in between.
Yeah,
those
he's not.
hands.
Even if he hit a 4, he's probably not going to value bet it twice.
No, it's very much
I think I was straight.
three or bluff type scenario. So I don't hate calling
from
in
that
Clemen's spot.
do you mean?
Paul could have a lot of hands with a 6 or a
wasn't
7
sure
in
if I had
it.
the 3 or the 4, but I was 90.
All right, as you can see, the level has ended. 90-minute levels in this tournament. Players are going to go on a 10-minute break. We're going to temporarily pause this stream. Stay tuned on this channel, though. We will be right back with the rest of the action.
BRB.
Welcome back to the day 4 coverage of the $5,300 main event. My name is Michael Lockey. I am calling the action here with you 5-handed at our final table. Tournament Director Jason cleaning up a little bit of the chip stacks, making sure everything is properly colored up. On screen you can see the chip stacks of the 5 players remaining. Each player guaranteed at least $175,000. All the way up to that $626,000 top prize. Blinds are moving to 100,000, 200,000. Paul Snead is our chip leader with 15 million. Clemen Deng 13 million, 68 big blinds. Brandon down to 25 big blinds, 5 million. Billy also 5.1, Jack 4.2 million. Chips have been moving all over the place, been a lot of action. All right. And I am now joined by my co-host, Daryl Fish. Daryl, welcome back, buddy.
Hello. Thank you. Good to be back.
We are live, just waiting for these players to finish up their break here. A lot of big names at the bottom of this leaderboard. Jeremy Becker, 10th place, 63,000. What was Kevin's screen name that you referenced earlier?
It's like the Kevlar 2 or something.
Kevlar.
like
Okay, that sounded
Kevlar,
familiar.
yeah.
I didn't. And Faraz also had mentioned being roommates with Kevin Schultz. So
Yeah. Both Chicago boys.
yeah. Sterling Savill, our 8th place finisher.
2 million.
Loni Hui, 7th place. Tyler Montoya, 6th place, 133,000 for his efforts.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much do you have, Brandon?
I have 2,
About
4, 4.5, 5.
5. What do you got?
4.2.
I got
After
5,
that
1.
big pot to Clemen, Brandon down to 25 big blinds.
Million.
A much more even stack distribution than we've seen thus far. Paul still in the lead, but not by a lot. One double up away from swapping more or less with one of these shorter stacks.
So what did you say you have? 4.5?
4.6 after 5 total before this.
Couple comments from the chat. Lisa says, "Hey, wait a minute, no Kuro without me." Sorry, hon. I am likely going to the Kuro tonight.
I think they have to-go boxes.
1.1?
You know,
I think so.
I'm considering driving home tonight. I haven't, honestly, depending on how late this final table goes, I haven't decided what my plans are. So.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess it could really vary in terms of how this
Somewhere
finishes
between
up.
8 to 10 p.m. is where I'm going to have my cutoff. Haven't decided yet, but Andy in the chat says, crazy that with that 14 million is second place here, And Deng had that with 25 left last night. Yeah, no, Deng ran that stack up quite a bit. Clemen did. Had a lot of big pots against Steve Cohen on the stream if you want to go back and watch that.
Yeah, Deng is exactly the reaction I would have had when someone told me how many chips he had yesterday. I've been like, dang, that's a lot of chips.
Yeah.
And Andy also says, welcome back, Daryl. You did a great job last night, too. So
Well, thanks, Andy.
shout out to D-Fish.
Is this an Andy that I know?
No, I
Do you know
wouldn't.
which
No,
Andy?
no.
Oh, okay. We know some Andys
Killer
out there.
Kill
but
online.
What up, Andy? Thanks for the shout out. It's good to be
1.2.
seen and heard. And if you're Paul, it's good to be folded to here. Billy actually holding a decent amount of equity. So that's a concept that doesn't get talked about all that much, but you know, in any given pot, you presumably have some amount of equity in that pot, and so it's basically called pot share is the concept that describes the amount of equity that you have or your opponents have of any given pot. So anytime you take away a pot from someone, like Paul did here with Billy, Paul essentially stole 25% of that pot that wasn't his equity-wise. So that's kind of something you can use to frame when, you know, do I just want to like take this pot down? Does my opponent potentially have a decent chunk of the equity in this pot that he's rightfully entitled to that I would take away from him?
Well said. Very well said.
Yeah, sometimes there's a lot to be said for just taking her down.
All right, so now with 200K big blind, Clemen's going to start the action with 400.
1.2.
Paul getting after it. I love to see it. And they're quite deep, such that I feel Clemen will see a flop here. Too deep to get any friskier.
Yeah, I think much shallower I could make some cases for folding and just not playing out of position, but this deep, even though you're 1 and 2 at a 5-handed table, making a 7 makes such a strong hand, and it would be easy to play for a big pot.
Yeah, not to mention Paul's not the most aggressive. He's certainly not easy to play against, but he's not going to be one of these guys that are putting you in a super difficult position on a ton of runouts. However, he does put himself in top pair position here. So
I would argue being able to 3-bet the button with ace tray suited is
800.
at least being willing to try to put your opponent in some tough positions.
yeah, no, he's aggressive enough, but that's not exactly a high-level aggro play versus blasting off 3 streets with air, you know, something like that. I think Clemen gets to check call a fair number of textures, and Paul doesn't necessarily barrel off with no equity. However, here he has all the equity. And Clemen does peel 1, as he rightfully should.
And Clemen's likely just shutting down after this, right?
Yeah, it's sort of a one and done.
9's kind of a tricky card for that, but
yeah, I think Clemen.
Paul, like, how often is Paul going to have king queen here for a second barrel?
Yeah, and that's exactly the point I'm getting to, is that I think Paul's going to sort of one and done a lot of flops, and so Clemen will be able to call and then just.
I'm actually a little
check
surprised
down.
he's barreling this hand even.
Same. I think it's a block. I think it's a bit of a block bet of some sort. Interesting for sure. I would not have expected him to bet this turn card, as it favors Clemen, and we don't get a lot of hands to continue pay us off. I think it was a sort of a preventative, not wanting to put a lot of money in on the river. I think he's going to bet small here and check back the river.
Yeah, it's a little. It's a tricky situation that you can find yourself in. You know, you don't want to call a big bet on the river with that kind of hand, but you want to control the action a little bit. I guess I understand a little bit where he's coming from.
Yeah,
Don't know that I would have landed there myself.
Yeah, I would have liked a check personally, but I see where he's coming from with it, and it's kind of an old school, almost like limit player minded play of like bet now, showdown later type thing.
Yep, no. I almost brought up a similar thing. There was a hand earlier that had a limit hold'em feel to it, but I forget which one.
Limit hold'em game that was quite dominant when we started playing poker, and now
Your
is-
party poker reference. I almost brought you. You were probably playing limit back then.
Yep, 1, 2, 2, 4, eventually 15, 30. I actually have a little bit of a funny story with that. I ran up $50 deposit all the way up to like 15K playing limit hold'em strictly, and Bryn Kenny was one of maybe a couple people who was playing higher stakes on Party Poker at the time, and we were Magic buddies back then, and he was very right in telling me that how good the higher stakes games were on Party, and like the 15-30 game was out of control at the time.
That concept actually applied for a long time. It probably doesn't apply now the way that it used to, but it actually, the games for a while, they got better as you moved up because you were playing with people that could afford to lose the money more often than at the smaller stakes where people were fighting over things a little more.
Which is, it does apply to live cash in terms of like nosebleeds or really high stakes versus like mid stakes. Like I would bet you that the average 5-10 game in Vegas is harder than the average like 100, 200, 204 game.
Fair.
Because there's like tend to be some very fun players at the higher stakes. And back then it was even more of a prominent concept. And 15-30 limit was just like people clicking buttons left and right. So I was convinced to, with a 15K bankroll, play much higher stakes than I should have with that roll, which is totally on me at the end of the day. But I spent months building this 15K bankroll and lost it all in the scope of maybe 3 hours playing online with no roommates around at the time to talk some sense into me as I quickly depleted my entire account. And
feels bad, man.
It feels real bad. That was one of the first of many encounters with busto bankroll situations, especially back in those days.
Fortunately for Billy here, his combo draw completely misses.
Yeah, he would get away with a bluff here, I think, versus Clemen's specific hand, but I'm not surprised to see him shut it down. Clemen almost certainly going to just showdown and win here. Nine on the river would not have been good for Billy. 9 of diamonds would have been real sweet.
And Clemen drags another. Five-handed action continues here in the main event. My name is Michael Lockie, calling the action here with Daryl Fish.
Hello, my name is Daryl Fish, calling the action here with Mike Lockie. We've known each other, I would guess, somewhere around the 20-year mark.
We also met in a Magic the Gathering card room. Omniverse, I think, was the original in Fort Myers, if I had to guess.
Yes. Oh, man.
Actually, what's funny is I distinctly remember walking in on a poker game being played back there for the very first time. And for whatever reason, it was some 1-2 game or something, but somebody showed down 2 queen of clubs in a hand. And that was like the first time I got like introduced to like a weird home game scenario or whatever. It was
yeah,
wild stuff happened back then.
Yeah, I mean, that was the total joint for Magic for a long time, Friday Night Magic spot. And lots of nights spent grinding packs and drafts and all that there. It's where I got my whole collection stolen. Even also did some thievery myself. Shame to admit it back in the day, but the store owner was
arm for an arm.
A real character, to put it real nicely, and was like gouged us at every corner and just didn't have a good relationship with his customer base, which, you know, was probably costly to
which
him
was
in the long
largely
run.
problematic teenagers also.
Yeah, you're dealing with not a great group to begin with, and he was just kind of a irritable guy. Dave, actually, I remember now, and eventually we started playing poker there in the back room, $5 sit and goes, things like that, and that's kind of where I got my start with poker. I was winning more of those than my share seemed to dictate, and felt like I had a little bit of a knack for the game, and it was, rising quickly on TV and all that. And I said, hey, maybe this game
2.1.
is a little more profitable than Magic and can be treated seriously. Clemen going for a very sharp value bet here. Brandon, the type to call off on river with a 10 or an 8 potentially. Queen looking very good with
Brandon
the way
raised
this
his hand to
went.
550 pre. Clemen defended the big blind. And he's going to lay it down.
But yeah, we played some poker in that back room for a while, and really, as a shop owner, we were still spending money on food and drinks and Magic cards as well, but he didn't seem thrilled with the poker that was going on. Maybe it was something to do with the underage gambling aspect of it. And so we eventually moved those sit and go nights.
Yeah, Bob, we're going to go play Magic. No big deal.
Yeah. To, you remember Colin Stuckert
That's right.
moved to his house and started playing there. And, yeah, it's all history from there.
Good times, good times. Action folds around and Clemen limps in the small blind here. Ball with the king tray. And check. No, Jake, that's a negative. The 1K will not be streamed at all. So if you want to get updates on the 1K, go to the shrpo.com, and Al Can't Hang or the rest of the team will likely keep you informed.
And I'll also be sharing some updates about that as well here and there. Our good friend Adam Levy is over there at the final table.
Go, go, go.
He just doubled up through Aaron Massey, and I think he's in a fairly comfortable position now with, I believe, 8 left.
Love to see it.
So go, Adam, go. I would imagine Shannon's still rocking too. Shannon Shore, super beast, all-time great.
Love Shannon.
Yeah, we were playing together day one of that tournament. We had Caldo at the table too, and it was so much fun. Caldo always a joy to play with. Great, just fun guy, always down for shenanigans and jokes.
Jazzes up the table, gets his opponents to play worse because of it. There's so many fun things.
He's one of these like live players who maybe not the most technical sound, but he knows what he's doing. He gets in people's heads. He knows what people are up to. Really just all-around smart guy who's been in the game for a long time, and always happy to have him at the table. We were talking a lot of smack and just having a great time. Meanwhile, Shannon was winning every pot left and right, running super hot and playing a bit looser than normal. He had busted the 25K 2 bullets and also the 3K, and he won a big pot against Pesh Silva, where he check called 3 streets on Queen Jack 9, like 4-5 board with Queen Deuce. Pesh was bluffing with Ace King. Huge pot, and Shannon said afterwards, he's like, I think if Pesh knew how my day had been going, he wouldn't have bluffed off there, but I'm not in the mood to fold top pair. And then he continued to God mode, and when someone like Shannon is God moding, nobody stands a chance.
3.1.
All right, Billy is all in with his pocket sevens here. 3.1 million. Clemen is going to fold the 5s. Good fold there.
Yeah, a bit too much to call with a small pair here. Billy had closer to 2 million. We might look him up. Brandon, the type that if he had his, 15 million stack, still he might even call there, but he's
Thought you liked those.
Yeah,
now in the danger zone himself.
Short stacks. I don't think he had the king queen.
Just scared the living shit out of him.
I don't think he had the king queen king jack.
No?
I think he had me beat.
Even then, it's not like you're dominating it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like. But if I knew you had king, queen, king, jack, I probably would have done it.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta take your chance when you can. I probably definitely would have done it.
Gambling is to be expected on the horizon. Everyone's just trying to do it on their own terms.
Yeah, it's stacks are really moving around today. You know, Brandon having a bit of a fall from grace. His splashy ways haven't panned out so well, but he does shove the king 10 offsuit here. Gonna get through. Jack can't find a call with queen 7, no doubt. Jack kind of just holding his ground, playing very, very solid poker all day, not getting out of line, making a couple of close folds that, you know.
In hindsight, I don't hate
Don't
either
hate
of them that much. Like they were tough spots,
They were
right?
tough
And
spots.
sometimes you pick wrong in the tough spots, and that just is what it is.
That we do.
He shouldn't beat himself up over those.
No, played his queens very well, played a lot of other hands well. Kind of got unlucky that Clemen value bet ace-king on that river. That hand goes check, check, I think, with a lot of players in Clemen's feet.
Clemen opens the action from under the gun, 400,000.
Paul gonna set mine here, playing 70-ish big blinds effective against Deng. Brandon with ace-8 offsuit. Would not be the most shocking thing to see an all-in here from Brandon. Yep, kind of like it actually. Paul been splashy a little bit and calling against Clemen. Clemen obviously an aggressive opener.
Sorry about that.
This, yeah,
I like it a lot,
quite sure
actually.
this is gonna get through. I don't see
He's
Paul.
going to gain 1.3 million to a stack, about a 33% jump if it gets through.
Yeah, 3's a little bit too low in the ranks to take a chance here.
Still 16 big blind shove. It's not exactly
Yeah, it's
throwaway chips in my
It's not
opinion.
throwaway chips. 3's are never thrilled on the off chance he has pocket 2s, but that's representing a very, very small portion of his range.
3,375,000.
Paul would rather keep his lead, keep things moving the direction they've been moving. Lets it go correctly so.
Yeah, when you got 3s, no matter how wild you put Brandon on a hand, you're just not. Like, how many deuces does he truly have, right?
Yeah.
At best case scenario, ace deuce and deuces. But, like, is it ever king deuce? Probably not, right? So
No, we need to start
you're
having
flipping way too much.
5s or 6s is where we can start having a conversation around calling.
With that pot, Brandon separates himself a little bit from the other short stacks. All vying for position. A lot of money separates these spots. This is truly where the money is all made and lost.
All the hopes and dreams.
Down to 3.
Paul gonna keep it up. Ace-3 suited, no doubt. Paul really in a great position now, having position on Deng, and Brandon now crippled, relatively speaking. Jack playing quite tight, Billy as well. I think Paul's chances are very good here. Clemen, of course, still poses a big threat, and a lot can happen between now and a few hours from
No,
now.
Paul has definitely positioned himself to be the favorite, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a sharp guy, knows what he's doing, has a boatload of chips, and position on arguably.
He's gonna know how to put the
most
pressure on
experienced.
and then take it off when he needs to.
Yep.
I think Brandon did have some limps when he was playing a little bit of a medium stack on a previous stream too. So I don't know how many of these players were at that table, but I think there were a few of these mixed in.
Likely thinking that he doesn't want to raise and get shoved on. He doesn't want to go all in. He's got a bit much for that. So rather just limp in there, see a flop, play a hand that flops well, and not get too crazy just yet. Deng flopping a best hand, but not a very good one. Tough one to.
Especially with Paul behind him.
Yeah, he's
would not be shocked to. Well, ten
No,
of
he's
spades.
got a call
though.
with the
Yeah,
10 of spades.
I'm sorry, I got there right at the last second.
Yeah.
Without the 10 of spades, I might find a fold on the flop here, but oh,
Yeah,
he's going to lay it down with it even.
Oh, interesting. I mean, it is a bit precarious, but we got to imagine that Brandon has some hands just like he did in his range. With that backdoor straight flush draw and a small bet size on the flop, I'm very inclined to see another card.
For every queen jack, is there just an ace four though with it? Like
Sure,
you know, and
but we get to suck out on that sometimes.
Yeah, you're
and,
right.
And I don't plan on calling down on a turn that doesn't help us either.
Right.
Once the turn comes, like anything that doesn't give us a straight draw or better, I'm out of there. So I feel like it's a pretty cheap shot at a good.
I definitely would
draw.
have called the flop, I think. But
I mean, we got a backdoor straight flush draw. We got to at least see if that 9 of spades is creeping. Yeah, not surprised to see Billy fold there. Certainly a shovelable spot according to the computer anyways, but what does the computer know? We're people.
Sorry.
Brandon never shy to participate, especially from the big blind. Does continue the queen 6-0 here. And wow, he continues it hard. Top 2 for an unlikely mega strong hand. Clemen with some backdoor situations and a pretty dry flop. Certainly gonna fire a c-bet here. Will Brandon slow play it is the question, and the answer is no. Goes right for the jugular, and Deng, despite some backdoor possibilities, a bit shallow to, I think, continue. Although the price is very nice, and he might well decide, I'm going to call here.
did I hear raise?
Is it 1.1? Minimum is 1.1.
Interesting.
He's clicking back 400K more.
Whoopsie. I get where Deng's head's at. He's thinking if Brandon's check raising total error here, he's just gonna like fold to any 3-bet. So I can see the train of thought that got him there. I think if anything, I would just call and maybe see a 4 diamonds or 7 of diamonds type of card, and then proceed from there. But you know, he participated, and we like participation. Brandon not even considering any further slow play. Says, let's go. You got it, you got it.
I didn't want to let you hit something, so I
Billy sent with 15 big blinds, Jack 16 big blinds. Brandon
and then
padding that stack back up to 34 bigs, chipping away at Clemen and Paul's big lead. The cards will tell the tale, though.
Now they will. Billy and Jack now battling for this next payout. They're really rooting for an all-in confrontation. Ooh, this is a kind of a cool spot for Mr. Jack. I think he might very well like to go all in here. Brandon,
Alright,
being the
so
type to
Paul raised the button, 400K. Brandon calls King Jack in the small. Yeah, I think I would much prefer to squeeze here. You're not really set mining much.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of implied odds versus two super wide ranges, and we have tons of fold equity.
And this is a prime example where you just have the best hand and you're never going to win this pot.
Yeah, you're just gonna not win on any board without a deuce, pretty much. And I mean, Brandon has peeled like 3, 4, 5 offsuit, things like that out of the small blind. Paul is opening certainly wide on the button.
Yeah.
I would love to see a shove here in Jack's spot.
And Jack is one of the short stacks too. It's not like,
Yeah,
there's a
he needs
lot
to go
of
for it.
distance between him and anyone else. In these spots, I want to try to separate myself from Billy as much as I can.
Yeah, if Billy has like 3 big blinds or something, okay, we have a different
Right,
story
but
on our hands.
that's just not the case.
But certainly not the case. And deuces never loses, unless they play out like this and can't really continue.
Yeah, I mean, so you've been at a few more big final tables than I have, realistically, and every single pay jump is huge at this point, right? I think there's an 80K pay jump right now, or pretty soon. The one after, fourth to third is 80K. The reality is, it does freeze you up a little bit. It's more than just the concept of icing; it's the real pressure of the moment. So, Jack seems to be a little more interested in laddering than necessarily playing for the win at this stage. And I don't know that that's wrong. It's just different, right? It's like everybody's trying to play what's best for them.
Yeah, ultimately it depends on your intentions and your goals. Someone like, let's say, a Caldo, for example, he'd be going for the win. He's not worried about the pay jumps. He's playing for victories. And
ICM is not for Caldo. That is
ICM
for
is
sure.
not for Caldo, and I mean he's aware of it, but he's going to try to win.
But
more than most.
his version of
Third
playing
place
is
is a
exploiting
loss.
it. No, he prefers to exploit that. Like
Yeah.
he's a smart enough guy. He understands a lot of the concepts that are going on. He
Right.
just chooses to play a style that combats it.
Yeah, and his goals in poker are more oriented around winning than
And
they are
making
around making
grown men cry.
second or third place. Exactly. But all back to your point, I have made some questionably tight folds at some final tables here on stream that I can certainly remember, and I may have critiqued those myself from the booth. So when you're there playing, there's a lot to be said for looking at the board, seeing like another 100,000 creeping around the corner and saying, I'm going to just err on the side of caution here. I made a fold with ace-jack that I deeply regret at my last final table here. When Fred Goldberg opened under the gun, I had convinced myself, because he had just made a big bluff, that he was going into really tight mode. He had talked to himself after the hand, and I thought he's really just going to shut down.
I actually think that's a super reasonable thing to assume. Was if somebody does show, you're saying so Fred showed a bluff.
He made a bad bluff that got called, and
then the very next hand he opened under the gun?
He was cursing himself, oh, why that was so stupid. Why did I do that? And then the next hand he opens under the gun. My thoughts are, this guy just did something he really regrets. Did it on stream.
Absolutely is going to generally change the range of your players.
Yeah, there's a good chance he's now opening much tighter. Doesn't want to make another big mistake. Turned out he was still opening 9-7 suited or whatever it was, and I was wrong. But I had a line of thinking behind.
Yeah, but you still you changed your mental model based on what you believed the reality was. And,
yes,
and
information.
under the information that you believed, you thought you made a good fold, and that's why this game's hard.
It is a hard game. That's kind of the best way to sum it up. Is it's one thing to sit here and look at the cards and sort of say what should be done based on exactly what we're seeing, but when you're there, the human mind is not a perfect machine, and I've also been in positions where a certain pay jump was very significant to me at the time and represented potentially financially rewarding or comforting scenario.
Of course.
You know, one jump more might represent getting out of makeup back when I used to have makeup backing deals, or you just never know what situation someone's in. So we can comment all we want, but it's important not to be too judgmental. And
That's just the reality of things. That
Yeah.
you know, this is a 55K pay jump.
Speaking of which, we have Billy in rough shape here.
Billy made a good shove, small blind versus big blind. Clemen made a good call, king queen.
Yep, this is an example of cards playing themselves, and no real help for Billy. Some backdoor clubs that don't materialize. Aside from a 9, he's going to be out the door. That's all she wrote for Billy.
Great
Pilossoph.
game by Billy. Well played.
Good job. Good job.
Another good run.
5th place finisher.
Nice playing with you. There you go. Got the pay jump.
I just felt like something was going down.
Yeah,
I really did,
you were right.
and it did.
Down to 4 now.
Just folded.
Fantastic 4.
I know. 100%.
So I'm going to make a prediction that Jack's going to open up here. My prediction is I really do think Jack was waiting Billy out. Billy was going to play extremely tight.
Yeah,
And
more or
if he
less-
played the long game, Billy was going to wither away a little bit and kind of get in a situation like he got in.
Yeah.
I think now Jack's in a position where he's going to start playing back pretty aggressively at Brandon. And like that previous he called the deuces. Like I would be shocked if he does that again.
In a similar spot.
In a similar
here now.
spot. Yeah, I
agree.
think this is going to be the changing moment for the play style.
I agree. I do think there's probably some thoughts.
We're going to
in
find
his
out
head.
right here.
Yeah, no doubt. I imagine he's thinking he has a pretty good skill edge over Brandon, and thus would like to not bust before him. But ultimately, like you said,
The reality is Brandon's what he is most likely his best opportunity to chip up, though. So he's going to have position on him. Brandon's playing a lot of pots.
And we're going to see him flip a coin right here
yeah,
because
and
Brandon's not going anywhere.
I agree.
Should be interesting.
And with tournament poker, as we see all the time, coin flips do dictate a lot of what happens.
He knows how tight Jack's been playing, but
Maybe you got pocket sixes or something.
yeah, he's not going anywhere. Brandon makes the call.
Saving face, talking himself through it.
A race.
I really just think he was calling the whole time, and you see this a lot in players. They need a second for this. There's whatever's about to happen. It's going to be a big swing in momentum. They kind of just need to catch their breath. You see this when they kind of knit roll with aces sometimes.
Dude,
I think it's just they needed 5 seconds to be like, oh my god, I'm about to play this giant pot.
100%.
Oh my god, it's literally just that, right? It had nothing to do with being disrespectful to you, but
yeah,
here they go.
To your point, pretty favorable flop for 2/8 here,
Definitely.
but same outs exist for Jack.
Out there.
And that'll
All right, that's going to
but
shrink
do
it down to 2/8 remaining. Brandon makes an 8 high straight. Jack needs one of 2/8, and he does not get it. Great
Out
game by
third.
Jack.
Good
4th
laddering.
place. Got that 80K pay jump.
For
Yeah, my-
higher straight.
And to your exact point, the other night in the high-low tournament, I was in a hand. A guy check raised the flop. I decided to put him in. He had check raised to like 80% of his stack, maybe 90. I put him in. He started tanking. So I'm like, oh, actually my hand probably has great equity. He had nut flush, second nut low. And
The dream.
and it's the super duper nuts. And I was like, what was, he hesitated a good like 10, 15 seconds. And I realized like this guy's like not doing it as any sort of angle or malicious intent. He was like, it's my tournament life, and it's simple as that.
It's just
Extra.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in a few minutes and continue with 3-handed action.
Yeah.
Brandon, Paul, and
Can we look at the numbers?
Clemen. We'll be back soon. And welcome back to day 4 coverage. $5,300 main event, $3 million guarantee. Got crushed. I'm sitting here with Daryl Fish. My name is Michael Lockey. You are looking at the remaining payouts for these 3 finalists. $310,000 guaranteed. Couple little pay jumps, a little 95K and another 210 from Heads Up Play. Clemen, Paul, Brandon, all 3 players played very well today. You still sticking with your pick of Paul there, D-Fish?
Yeah, I mean, things have been going Paul's way. He's been on the right side of the decision tree pretty much the entire time. He's been here before.
It's fascinating how different everything would be if he had played that ace-queen.
Right.
I mean, he made a sick read, folding
would've-
ace-queen pre-flop to no action from his own. And
basically had
but
the
he would
tournament in the
have
bag.
obliterated the whole tournament had he played that hand. So.
Yeah.
But you can also get there the slow way, so I'm not going to beat him up for that one. Fascinating hand. Make sure you go watch the replay for that.
Yeah, I wonder if they were chatting a little bit about potential choppage before the break, but looks like they're continuing on. So I have to imagine they were not able to reach
A little over $1.3 million between these 3 players.
so
Last
many
call.
Aggie tacos.
Last call.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like
I'd rather, I'd be fine with losing the money. Chasing the dream of the first place.
Baller alert.
wow.
Respectfully.
Brandon.
No,
turning down,
Brandon's here for the glory as well. I mean, you've already made 310, right? How bad's your day going to go?
yeah, I mean, that's a great deal he's being offered. So I don't know anything about Brandon's financial position, but he's definitely got a big.
I don't know what
big
the
market.
ICM numbers would look like, right? So it sounded like they were offering him roughly second place money.
Yeah, and when you're in last, ICM typically disfavors you by a lot. You don't get a huge jump from current payout. So I imagine his ICM is probably somewhere around 350, 375, if that. So probably being offered a healthy amount more, but I respect the heck out of him turning it down.
I do too.
Never
Love it.
have any negative feelings about someone denying a chop. And, he could easily still win this thing, so.
I'm wondering how much his aggression is going to come into play shorthanded and kind of make these guys a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, a style like his becomes more advantageous shorthanded when your opponents are less likely to have hands to keep up with, and taking down pots matters a lot, and so just stealing the blinds is a big deal. Oh, look, we have walking in the room, Adam Levy. I hope that means he's not, out of the 1K.
GG.
Okay, we're going to have a nice little last-minute guest appearance from Adam Ruthless Levy. just busted the 1100, 500K guarantee.
600.
Sorry,
Yeah, the 500K.
a 500K guarantee. Welcome, Adam.
Hello.
Good run.
How you doing? Thanks.
So, buddy, good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a minute. This is, and Clemen Deng has been just. He's actually in second now.
He actually dipped down to like 6 million at one point. It's been quite a roller coaster for him, but Brandon's been all over the map. It's been a fun final table.
I saw the king queen hand earlier. Brandon like called the 4-bet. And
Yeah. Brandon got really
raised the
hood
flop.
on that one and got away with the best of it on that battle. It was a pretty interesting spot. They were really deep. It was kind of
Brandon
hard
just
for
opened up the king 5 suited on the button there.
very unusual.
Well,
Maybe
they all have clubs too.
I feel like he's been playing that hand from all over the table.
any position, maybe not even suited. You know, sometimes players like Brandon are kind of just going on their feel, and in any given spot could decide to or to not play a certain hand just based on how things are feeling. Adam, what'd you get for 6th place in that?
19-1. Like,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I was the short stack.
Hey, nothing to
Going
scoff
in,
at.
doubled up, laddered 3 spots, and then John gets barred, flopped 2 pair, and I had top pair.
The Prince.
You know, you have 12 bigs, it's gonna go in.
Were you part of the 1 bullet club?
2 bullet,
Okay.
but you know,
Not too bad, not too bad. Good way to close out the series, make the final table, the last big re-entry.
yeah. It's I mean, it was a fun tournament. It was 90-minute blinds at the final table, and initially we were like, do we really, like, maybe we can agree to make it less, even though it's 30 minutes all the way through, and then once it was 90, I was like, oh, this is pretty nice when I'm sitting there with 12 bigs and kind of can feel comfortable, you know, just trying to find a decent spot.
Yeah, the long levels definitely advantageous for the shorter stacks as they get more time to find spots and are not as rushed.
I mean, if there was any recreational players too, they're gonna not adjust nearly as well to that. And
Right. Yeah, any change in game dynamics tends to favor the more experienced, more skilled players. They're going to adjust better to whatever they need to adjust to. How'd the rest of your series here go, Adam?
Made day 2 in the 5K, but that was 1 bullet. But I couldn't play day 1A, so I hopped in late day 1B. So, and then I feel like I got like, I didn't cash, but decent entertainment. Played for like 10 hours.
fun factor.
Yeah, fun factor.
As long as you got your money's worth and you had a good time, that's why we're here.
Well, I played with Martin Zamani, so I mean, if you're at a table with him, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for it to be too dull.
And then I played with Mercier and Glance, and they were at the feature table day 1, but they'd just gotten moved. So they were like, hey, every hand, like, everyone has to show. And I was like, are you guys trolling? Like, after you have to show.
They did play that on.
Yeah,
on
they were
stream.
doing that. And then we just continued it off stream.
That's cool.
The entire day.
I think that's a fun
Were there any
dynamic.
fun hands that got shown that were surprising?
It was, I think RJ, Tampa guy, I think you guys know, he kept just like bluffing, and he kept having 9/10 of diamonds. and I had a boat where he folded a flush, and then like I had to show my ace is full.
Right.
Like I had it. It's, you want at least on stream you make him wait 30 minutes.
Right.
You guys remember the Paul Snead hand from the World Series many years ago?
I don't. I know there was like some legendary hand, but I don't
Well,
remember.
Refresh me, please.
We were just talking about it at the final table because I kind of,
550.
I think he's in the tank. He calls with like top pair. I think it's Jack High, and Scott Montgomery is all in on the turn. He has just like an ace, I think, maybe an ace and a gut shot or something. But it's tank. Honestly, like forever. With a few seconds left, Paul calls with top pair, and then like Montgomery just drills the ace, like no problem on the
That
river,
does sound
like
familiar.
massive pot, and it's for whatever reason. It was like with 24 left or something.
Ugh, brutal.
Well, I mean, good to see him, back here.
And
But
Scott
it's like
was
15
really,
years later.
really on one that year. I remember
Yeah.
him being involved in a lot of significant pots. We were talking a good amount about Magic throwbacks earlier as well. You being one of the names that came up as you know, the group of guys that started off in Magic the Gathering and then transitioned to poker and have really stood the test of time. And you know, seeing people like Bryn, Kenny always induces some flashback memories.
Hey, he won the 25K today. So.
Oh, did he end up winning?
Yeah.
600.
Actually, I'll check on the 3K now, unless you know the update on that as well.
I think Jim Colopy got third.
Oh, really? He was crushing.
Whoever the guy who knocked me out in the 3K is a heads up.
Yeah,
Trace
Jim out
maybe.
in third. Great run by him. Kevin Ordette and Trace Henderson heads up. Kevin with pretty significant chip lead. Not familiar with either of those guys, but they're heads up in the 3K. They probably know what they're doing.
Oh. So Paul raise pre.
Yep.
He defends. Check flop.
Yep.
And then check raise.
Yep. Clemen defended pre, both check turn, and check raise this turn
Should
card.
work.
Yeah, gonna get through.
Yeah, that's pretty cool play. I think Paul's going to have a pretty capped range, probably betting all his strongest hands on the flop. He's going to have a lot of hands that are looking to bet maybe 2 streets at most, and Clemen can definitely represent a lot more higher value hands, flushes, 2 pairs, sets. Paul has those almost never.
Not good.
So it's a really tough spot for Paul. Even if he did have a hand like ace-5 offsuit or something, it would be a really tough spot.
You can also like get. It's a good way because you can't really check call queen jack there. You know?
Right.
Even though the bluffs are, you might be some bluffs. Like you're at least just taking the pot from anyone who wants to like delay c-bet there.
Yeah, exactly.
600,000 from Brandon on the button.
2 jacks, a massive hand, 3-handed. Clemen certainly could have splashed around with the 5-6 suited, but being in the small blind, likely to have Paul come in after him. Not a very easy hand to play out of position, so Brandon picks it up. If the roles were reversed, however, we can be sure Brandon would have participated with the lovely 5-6 suited.
I thought it was possible he was going to 3-bet, but
Yeah,
I don't really know the stacks. Exactly.
Yeah, Brandon is not much of a folder, so we wouldn't really want to 3-bet 5-6 suited there. Brandon would be peeling a lot, and we would not really want to play
Make cold flat.
huge pot. No, Brandon opened.
Oh,
Brandon had jacks. He opened.
Sorry,
If he had,
Yeah, if the hands were reversed, Brandon would be opening and defending like 9-7 off and some other fun hands to 3-bets.
Yeah, he likes to see flops and participate.
He's been very willing to pull the trigger post flop though.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
he's definitely earned a couple pods that way.
Paul,
600.
king, queen in the small blind, much stronger than average hand. Brandon sure to continue as well. Some potential interactivity between these hands on some boards. Not much of anything for either of them. This will be more of a who wants it more, and Brandon could float with the 9 in his hand, and it looks like he's going to continue in some fashion. We've seen him bluff raise quite a bit, and this is yet another in the series of brave Brandon plays.
seems pretty relentless.
Yeah, oh, he goes
Absolutely
hard.
relentless.
goes
He has been a terror to play against.
That's a good, you know.
We've intentionally framed it as a positive many times because it's extremely hard to play against. It's put a ton of pressure on.
And he would also raise a hand like 10-8 here, so it's not so clear what his range is like, and it's harder to continue against.
All in.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
I'm over
Paulie.
it. He's just over it. That is
Very, very strong play by Paul. Obviously, nowhere to go for Brandon. I wonder if Paul picked something up there.
That was 40 bigs, right?
That was a lot.
Yeah, and
40 bigs more. Yeah.
Yeah.
very, very brave play by Paul. Brandon not going to be folding any of the eights he might raise on the flop. I don't think he's going to raise fold top pair. Certainly has some hands.
Brandon would have called top pair there pretty quickly. I think.
Yeah, like no doubt about it. Maybe even like a 6-7, 6-5, which is why I would have a lot of hesitation about making a play like that with a more or less zero equity when called type of hand. But Paul is a good live player. He is certainly capable of picking up on some live tells.
And he's been playing quite a bit with Brandon today. And Brandon's played so many pots that you've had a lot of opportunities to pick something up.
Yeah, and again, he has bluff raised with Squadouche a handful of times, so Paul knows he's capable.
Thanks, Norm.
You're welcome, Lon. I love Squadouche. It's such a great word.
It's a great word.
And Norman Chad, one of the GOATs, easily top commentator, one of the best to ever do it, and still doing it.
Norm was watching our streams all weekend.
Oh, really? Well, if you're out there somewhere, hey, buddy. If you're not out there somewhere, well, hey, buddy.
He might be watching more for Jesse Fullen than me, but
Could have been, but now he might be watching for Daryl Fish. You know,
That's true.
Word spreads fast in the commentator streets. He might want to see
The
what
new
his
sheriff in
competition is
town.
up to. Yeah. I would never try to step on Norm's shoes.
Wow, this is a big, almost 5x.
yeah, they're very deep.
Yeah.
Playing about 15.5 million effective.
Fold.
And if you're getting King Jack to fold, it's an excellent play.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes, you know, you could talk about GTO and ranges and this and that, but like, ultimately, these guys have played so much with each other throughout the, you know, and it's just sometimes you just have to battle. And like the queen.
Daryl, you just brought up this point recently where Paul just sent this huge bluff in with King Queen, and then the very next hand didn't defend King Jack to a 3-bet. Like it's almost like he just went through this big, overwhelming experience. All right, I'm just gonna dial it down as all right. I'm gonna let him have this one. It's, you know, the human emotion element is fascinating.
I don't necessarily think it's a bad move to do that.
Right? No, I'm
sometimes,
not trying to criticize it.
Yeah.
It's just humans in general and how people react. That it's a real element.
Yeah,
Definitely
and
adrenaline.
with, you know, guys who aren't necessarily full-time professionals or don't necessarily study, there will often be incongruence or inconsistency in the way that they approach spots, and they might play the same exact hand in the same exact spot different in two hands within the same hour. You just can't be sure what to expect. And that's why, you know, adjusting on the fly is so valuable. Being really tuned in is so important.
This could be an action board here. Brandon raised the button with 10-9. Clemen defended Queen-9. Both flop a pair. Queen 10-6.
Yeah, I can see Clemen taking this to the value streets with a raise against a player like Brandon. I think this hand is plenty strong enough. And there's a lot of draws that could continue. He goes with a call. Can't blame that either. That is a spicy turn.
8 of diamonds. Really good card for Clemen. Gives a gut shot to Brandon too, but
Yeah, not a bad card if you're in Brandon's seat, but little does he know it was one of the more gin non-improvement cards for Deng.
And I generally just check call here, you know.
I think that's fair, and that's probably what I would do also.
But it is funny how good of a turn it is.
Right.
He has a lot of hand.
Yeah. Although it's 600K.
That's potentially the best river in the deck for him.
Yeah,
in
that's
terms of continued action.
as far as like what's Brandon going to continue against.
Yeah, even a 9 would have slowed one or both of them down.
9 on the turn would have been real big action, but once that 8 comes, it's
Yeah.
going to slow stuff down a lot.
Yeah.
Coupled with the sizing on the turn. Man, I would be very tempted to
Wow,
lead here. Wow, nice.
I'm a little surprised Brandon didn't even try to value bet that even.
Yeah, I wouldn't lead against Brandon because he could bluff, and I would expect him to bet a 10, like some small bet.
And possibly even bet call a 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You
that's
could get-
that's actually the
that's
reality.
the biggest part is if you manage to get a check raise paid off there, that makes up for a lot of check throughs. And Brandon could certainly bluff if he has missed clubs or diamonds. I don't think it's that crazy that he would bluff there. So
That turn sizing is so small.
yeah, it's
Like,
very
it
blocky.
just says, hey, and I have a queen already. Like, it just is, it does not seem like he has a queen or anything better than me. So,
No, I think he has a 10 a lot and a draw sometimes, but I think he bets a 10 a fair bit on the river, and we do get a check raise paid off is the key element.
that is a valid point.
If he's never bet calling the river, then I think, there's a conversation around leading, but I think we get a
I think the
large
only
raise
reason
paid
he
off.
didn't bet is because he knew he was going to bet call.
Yeah, that could be for
if I'm
sure.
being honest.
Fair.
I want to bet, but I know I'm not going to fold to a raise, and I don't want to do that, so I check.
It is very nice to have the pre-flop, flop, and it come kind of.
We've gotten a lot of compliments on that, so shout out to
it's
the
just-
Gorilla Gaming team for a very smooth and clean stream.
It's just kind of spouting it out almost right away, as it happens. And a lot of times, like, you'll just be like, I don't know where, especially back in the day. Like, have you watched some of the old footage? It's just like, I don't even know what the blinds are.
Yeah, exactly. The streaming quality has come a long ways in 2024.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what I have.
Gotta love Paul. His table talk is really
All
quality
time.
entertainment.
But you guys have been,
First
probably
one
like,
was good.
I mean, Lucky, you've been here all week, and I guess you hopped in lately, or like yesterday.
something
So
like that.
I was here a little bit last night.
You've watched these players.
Yeah, and I had quite a bit of experience with almost all of them. Kevlar was there, played with him for years.
Yeah.
Loni and Sterling, friends of mine. I've played with Paul and Billy a lot here at the Hard Rock, so I have a lot of experience with them. Deng I've played with a handful of times. Nothing too noteworthy about our history, but I know he was a very solid, smart player. And then Brandon kind of being the wild card. Tyler also I have no experience with, but I saw him on the coverage this summer, and he's had some runs here as well. So it was a pretty familiar final table overall. Billy made another final table here with me at one point, and has posted some good results over the years.
Who is Billy?
Billy Pilossoph. I don't know if I'm saying it wrong one way or
I've
the other.
Yeah, I've played with him before.
Yeah, he's around. Very nice guy.
Paul's going to start the action with a raise on the button, pocket sevens. Clemen defends the 10-9 off. 10-5-4, two spades on the flop.
I have a 50K difference in stack.
600.
Understandable c-bet from Paul, but happens to have run into top pair here. Dang, not going to go anywhere.
I guess three-handed, you kind of just want to play, like Negreanu small ball somewhat.
Yeah,
just
I mean, especially
with
as
these
Dang here.
stacks, yeah.
Dang, presumably having far and away the most experience. Paul's no slouch, that's for sure. But all things equal, I would have bet on Dang if stacks were equal. But Paul's been playing great ball, and he does have position. And again, Brandon's capable of anything, and he's been going for it. So it's not like he's giving up ever.
10.
Not much table talk. Maybe when there were 9 or
No,
7
yeah,
or something.
Paul being the most active table talk wise, if anything, but Brandon here and there.
Brandon's been pretty good for it.
Yeah, he like, is the
He's
type
just
who-
upstuck a lot.
Yeah, he's the type who's happy to like kind of talk about a hand afterwards, and even like you know, during all-ins, like kind of, you know, giving a little color here and there, but not too much chemistry amongst the table overall, and it's been fairly quiet, just pretty straightforward
At that business.
A couple big ICM ladder jumps were involved. You know, there was a point where there was like 3 very short stacks and 2 massive stacks, so it created some really awkward action. But
Yeah, it sounds tense.
Yeah, the stack distribution when Loni was still in was.
I think we had 3 that were like between 8 and 10 bigs or something at one point.
Yeah. Squadouche against Squadouche. Who will Squadouche the hardest? Oh, that settles that.
Paul looks like he's been on to the next hand for a little while now.
Yeah.
It's so pleasant when everyone is playing fast, especially, you know, like. Once you're at
Well,
the
I mean,
final
they have
table,
the action clock, but even like when it was a full table, very few people were using their full 30 seconds. They were getting after it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pace of play has been quite good. Nobody wasting
One guy
time.
used all his time extensions to kind of add extra hands to the bubble or whatever, but then he had to keep playing with no time extension. So every tough spot he got in, he got really uncomfortable and rushed and made a couple mistakes as a result. So
definitely a strategy there. With
yeah,
time
it was neat.
extensions.
It was kind of neat to see it. You know, the pros and cons of that choice.
How many time extensions were that? Did they replenish at the end of the day, or?
Players have had quite a bit more than they've had. Quite a few players have double digits. Like Brandon right there probably has 10. But they had quite a few at several points.
I mean, were they given like at the final table?
I don't fully remember how it worked.
Deng only has 2 left.
As far as I know, every redraw they replenish your time banks is usually how it goes. So like 27 players and then
Final table.
final table. I think.
Yeah, I think
is
they
when
got
would
like
do it.
5 at the final table or something like that.
Definitely a final table replenishing. But you got to use those babies wisely.
Is it going up?
That time to do that, huh?
Huh?
That time to re-raise you there.
And Clemen 4-bet all in with the ace-5 suited.
The new age ace king. Everybody loves ace-5 suited these days, and I mean it's a pretty good hand. You can flop a steal.
Hey,
wheel.
Brandon's feeling stressed with his 7 million, but he's still got 35 blinds.
Yep, still in a position where a double through either of the other guys would put him.
You don't
right
have to press the action
wide.
too much.
That said, he does like pressing the action. So
That said, he's playing for the win. He possibly got offered a fairly favorable chop
Wow.
and big timed it. So
This may.
yeah, this is not looking good for Brandon. Let's see if and how much money gets in. Kind of have to imagine all of it will land in the middle.
Mullen.
Oh,
Goes
and
right for
sure
it.
enough,
No waiting. Paul
Gotta have
couldn't
immediate
call
snap on
faster.
that fast.
and huge confrontation. 14 million in the pot.
Jacks against ace jack.
Let Paul call the action.
Deng's also got to get up.
Yeah, all 3
Yeah,
players
Dave's
are
loving it.
sweating this one hard.
Yeah, a lot of dollars in play in this hand,
Clean flop for Paul.
but not
Make it
the
interesting with the
worst to be missing for Brandon. He does
8 of
pick up-
hearts
he does
turn.
opens up
pick
the
a
door.
mystery hard draw.
8 of diamonds locks it up for Paul.
Good game, Brandon.
Huge
Had
hand.
to try.
Nice playing with you.
Yeah, nice play.
Like your game.
Thank you. There you go. Had to give it a shot.
That dude is a great sport. Like,
He took it in stride every step of the way. Every time his bluffs got called, he laughed it off.
Yeah.
Every time he got a bluff through, he was classy about it. It was a lot of fun. Great job to Brandon.
Hang on.
Brandon
What?
Kessous out in
Yeah, let's go
third.
look.
Great run. Hope to see this guy back. He's a great
Yeah, I believe he's
sport.
on the west coast of Florida, though, so hopefully he gets around 310,000 for his efforts.
Who had the ICM calculator?
Let me get.
Anyone have ICM on them?
All right. I guess we're going to be on a 10-minute break. We will be back momentarily. And welcome back to the day 4 coverage here at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open $5,300 main event. We have just lost Brandon in third place, $310,000 for his efforts. I'm currently joined by Daryl Fish and Adam Levy. Adam, how you been, buddy? You got 6th place in the 1K. Got a little change back. Made it a reasonable series for you, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of started hitting boats and having kings and aces and whatever and hitting sets. It's great. It's super fun when that happens.
I know,
And
running great.
Then
It
you're
feels
like,
so
oh,
good.
God, I have to suck out, and then it's there. Yeah.
All right, so on this break, it appears like our 2 remaining players made an agreement to chop up the remaining prize pool. Paul is going to take that beautiful guitar trophy and the technical victory. Paul is going to get $529,000. Clemen, $512,000. So these guys had a great time. Going to chop up this prize money. Just a difference of $17,000 between the two, but hey, a little over $500,000 for each. You love to see it. Congrats, Paul. Wonderful game. Any closing thoughts, gentlemen?
No, it was a fun final table. It was fast and furious. We love to see that. You never know how long these things are going to last. This could have gone into the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, I was prepared to go quite late tonight because there was a lot of chips in play still.
Yeah, it was about as fast as it could have gone. These are the 2 I would have predicted most likely to get heads up. Paul playing really well, running really well. Clemen has been playing great, mostly running great. He had some missteps earlier, but pulled it back together and, got heads up, made a nice deal for himself. And, we had some other friends at the final table, some familiar faces. It was all around a great Hard Rock final table. And, again, another shout out to Jason Heidenthal and all the staff here. Everybody does a really bang-up job, and that's why people keep coming back for more. So, yeah, thanks again for having me in here. It was fun to hop in the commentary booth again. It's been a while. Hope to be back.
Here, I got a little bonus coverage, and honestly, super cool for Paul. Like,
Yeah, I love
dude's
Paul.
been around forever, and this is like, even though
Put
it's
in
a
the
chop,
time. It's
he's
still a
ecstatic.
big $500 piece.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
So the next major series coming up here at SHRPO, the Rock and Roll Poker Open, runs November 20th through December 3rd. Make sure to check out shrpo.com for all the details there. As Fish just alluded to, Jason Heidenthal, the tournament director here, the legend, Bill Mason, the poker room director, and Susan McGee, the administrative that holds everything together. Much love to all the tournament staff that travels here and all the people behind the scenes at Guerrilla Gaming for the wonderful production all weekend. It's been an absolute blast giving you guys the action. And I think that's all I got, gentlemen.
That's all, folks. Let's go get some wacky tacos.
Oh, baby, Kuro time it is. Mike Lockey, Daryl Fish, Adam Levy. This is all. Have a great one.
Peace.
See ya.